Hey guys, welcome back to another stream on the main channel. Today we're doing FNaF theory reactions, as we often do. Why did those ones not pop up in chat? That's kind of weird. Like in the chat box. There's like a bunch of messages, and then only the last two ended up in the chat box. Don't know why. Anyway, hey guys, hope you guys are doing well. And yeah, like I said, today we're doing FNaF theory reactions. I actually haven't pulled up the theories that we're reacting to yet. I should probably do that. But yeah, before we start, actually, before we start anything else, like any of the actual theory reactions, there's a new Steel Will post, and it's another one of the spot the difference things. I don't think I talked about that in a stream or a video or anything, or maybe I did at one point for like a couple minutes, but there's another one of those, so that's interesting. Your least favorite FNaF theory golden duo? Why? Why is this? Okay. Do you know Neo Nobody? What does that mean? Okay, can you remove the pop-up that says to log in? I don't want to. Fine. You just hate it. You're sorry. Okay, what do you hate about it, though? What's wrong with it? I know it's, like, still controversial, but I don't really understand why. I don't know why Freddy's grilling pizza. So... okay. So, first we had... why is there politics stuff trending now? When isn't there, to be fair? So, first we... whoa, why is that? What's... oh, right, I forgot I had... okay, I'm gonna get rid of game capture. You gotta fix display capture. Filters... what did I do? Is it I can't tell if it's stretched or not. Is it stretched? I think so. Okay, I think I gotta remove that then. And let me re-add it. There we go. Damn it, I have it set on the snapping, so it's like... well, snapping, that's what it's doing. There, and... that's just about good. Let me just, like, shrink it a tiny bit more. Okay, that should be good. But yeah, so this is what we had first. We had... you spotted Grok. Yeah, we had this first. This is the spot the difference. What were the differences again? There was, this is facing the other way. There's, I believe, there's a fourth one here, and it's missing here. And there was one more that I think I remember finding myself, but I don't remember where it was. This one. This one is different. Yeah. So we got this a little while ago. When was this? June 29th. It's July 20th now. So we got this like 3 weeks ago, roughly. And this morning... actually, no. First, a few days ago, we got this. We were approved to reveal one thing today. It's the ingredients list for Helpy's NDA mints. And this is what we got. Steelwool Studios fun facts. Did you know that in Help Wanted 2, Helpy's NDA mint candy has the following ingredients: sugar, oil, recycled pizza, artificial mint flavoring, and green dye. It also has 300 servings per container. Would you try one? So, we got that, and then we have this. Warning, legally binding contract. That makes sense. Considering the carnival nurse says this candy's legally binding. But, yeah, that's what we got. What did Johnny say there? What does he even do? So now we have this. This is what we got now. A future so bright you have to wear shades. The question is, can you spot the 3 differences? So first, this blue one is different. It's a star one here, and it's just a rectangle here. This one is yellow here. It's pink here, and I think it's this one. Which one? Oh, yeah, this is orange, and this is white. So, those are the three differences here. It's so weird, because these are... yeah, underscore. Okay, now something is definitely going on here. Not again. Carpet tells me this has to be something FNaF. It just screams security breach to me. I mean, it's also Monty's glasses, so it has to be something FNaF related. It's just like, is it important? I don't know. Chica's summer vacation forever and ever, you will never leave. And this is a Helpy on the chair. What are those things called? I don't know. I'm stupid. But why does Fazbear Entertainment make the grossest foods? What do you really expect from them? Let's be honest. But yeah, so it's weird. The other one was kind of like a water park kind of thing with chickens. This one is it says a future so bright you have to wear shades. The question is, can you spot the 3 differences? And then it's a cool emoji and the sun. So it's talking about sunglasses, and you see Monty's sunglasses here. So we have stuff about chickens, and we have stuff about Monty. So what do we gather from this? Like, are we saying this is something to do with security breach, and it's going to slowly reveal all the characters? Like, we're going to get Chica, Monty, and then we're going to get, like, a Roxy and then a Freddy? Or is this saying these 2 characters specifically are important or something? Who knows? I don't know. It's weird. And I don't know what this really is teasing. I've heard some people say it's like a water park, kind of like in the books, in Submechanophobia. There's Freddy's Fantasy Water Park. I've heard some people say that could be what this is teasing, like a game set there. But I don't know. I feel like that's kind of random, but it's possible. I think it's possible this is just like showing all the main characters from Security Breach, and it'll be just saying, "Oh yeah, Security Breach 2," which I just still don't think they're gonna do. Like, I still don't think they're gonna name it Security Breach 2, but like a sequel to Security Breach, though, I can see for sure. But yeah, just wanted to point this out before we started anything else. Let me see. What are your current thoughts on Andrew? You've mentioned a few times recently that you're undecided whether he exists in the games or not. Why is that? I watched 14 Theory, and it was very convincing, but also the Andrew stuff, like, I also can't deny, at least like off the top of my head. So I think at some point I'm still gonna do a video talking about the one you should not have killed. Talk about all the evidence for Cassidy, so all the evidence for Andrew, and then eventually we'll think of something. And like in that video, I'll try to come to it like a definitive conclusion on which one it is, or if it's both or something. So I think that's it to talk about with this. While I let you guys chat, I'm going to pull up the videos that we're going to be watching today. Oh, also there was the Avengers Doomsday trailers out now. I think it's the same one that was on. That was like at that event. I forgot what it was, but there was an event a while ago that had the Doomsday trailer. I watched like the Lego recreation of it that someone made. I think it's the same trailer as that, but looks cool though. The great one you should not have killed, War of 2026. Realistically, it probably won't even be in 2026. It'll probably be in like 2027 when I make that video eventually. You never know, though. We'll see. Ronaldo or Messi? I don't care. I don't watch sports. So... Also, I would just like to say, I released a video yesterday mentioning that I now have channel memberships. So, if you would like to become a member, you can. You don't have to or anything, but I will say, there's currently a grand total of 0 members. So, if you're interested, feel free. I don't really mind if nobody becomes a member. I mean, I would like at least somebody to, but just saying, if you'd like to become one, I'd appreciate it. You get to have cool emojis in chat. And you get to watch a video of me being scared shitless of the Obsession movie, so. I just realized I still haven't recorded my next theory video. It's planned to come out on Saturday, so I should be able to finish it by then. Okay, which theories are we watching? We're watching FNaF's video on the original story of Security Breach. Also, I did a poll recently of what theory of mine people would like to see first. And I mean, I would assume that it's intentional, but I didn't see anything confirmed about that. I don't know. What was I just saying? Oh, yeah. I did a poll recently of what you guys want to see as my next theory. Not my next theory video, but which of the few theory... the few theories that I suggested, like, which you guys would like to see first. And the one that won was... Hold on, let me find the poll. The one that won was the theory called the FNaF lore nobody explains, which is basically me going over things that we basically consider fact now and talking about why we consider them fact. Just for beginners, because they probably have no idea. And just in general, for you guys, if you don't remember why something is true. But yeah, so that is probably going to end up being my anniversary video. I just want to say that. My current plan for what theories I'm doing next, my next theory, which I mentioned in my video yesterday, is going to be about Fazburger. That is coming out most likely this Saturday. That's my plan. And then after that, I want to release my video on my best friends playing Help Wanted 1, which we recorded 6 months ago. And then after that, I'll probably do maybe a Silverized video, but I don't know if I'll finish it in time. But August 8th will probably be the FNaF lore nobody explains video. So, and then I'll probably stream that day too, whether we get anything or not. You shouldn't, as all theories, they shouldn't be considered fact. Okay, but you consider too little things fact, I will say. But the point is things that... Calm down. The point is things that we have known about for years, but, like, new viewers will have no idea what you're talking about. If you just say... You'll just say it in passing, but people won't know what you're talking about. Things like, just... how possession works, like we know it's because of agony, but that's explained like in the fourth closet, and then in the Fazbear Frights books it's expanded upon. people that are just joining FNaF will have no idea that that's how possession works or what agony is. And, well, obviously it's just an emotion, and that like binds you to an item, right? And that's how you possess it. But people that are newcomers won't know that. So the video's kind of about stuff like that. A few topics that I'll be talking about in the video are Cassette Man being Henry, Mike being the sister location and FNaF 6 player, and how the fun times were scooped, that kind of stuff. So it's just things that like either we've known them for so long that people forgot why we know them, or things that we've known for so long but people forgot about them. So I'm correcting beliefs that people kind of ignore because they just don't remember that they were ever true. For example, the scooper is a remnant injector, meaning that's how, and it has a remnant reservoir in it, meaning that's like the source of all the remnant, meaning all the remnant that is in the fun times is in the scooper first, and then Afton uses the scooper to inject it into the fun times. So all the fun times have been scooped at one point or another. That's something a lot of people forget about. That's a topic that I'll talk about in that video. So yes, I know. I'm just saying in the video I'll discuss that topic and the fact that it is confirmed, why it's confirmed, and what the context is of him being the player. So yeah, that's probably going to be my anniversary video, and then I'll stream later on. Okay, Ernesto, whatever you say. Okay, so we got the FNaF video. Did the Unmurdered Truth change his Cassidy thumbnail and title? I think he did. Yeah, he did. Max and Ruby is a show. That is accurate. Max and Ruby was a goated show when I was a kid. One day, okay, I watched Max and Ruby as a kid, okay? And it was an awesome show. When I was a kid, Max never spoke. They never went to school. They never had parents. Me and my siblings, we threw on the show when I was like 15. We saw the show was on, we put it on TV just to see what it was like now. Max talks now, their parents exist, and they're in school now. Where did this come from? It came out of nowhere. This was never the case when I was a kid. It showed up out of nowhere. It's a good thing I grew out of it when I got the chance, when I should have. Excited for Spider-Man Brand New Day? Very. I'm so curious. I was going to make a video on it for the second channel, and then I was like, I don't know if I really want to, because I have like a lot of stuff that I'm working on right now for the main channel, so I don't really want to like, I don't know if I want to do a video on the second channel for it, just because most of the stuff that I talk about in the video would just be stuff that everybody's been talking about, so there's no point, right? So, you went to summer camp today? The David, what are you talking about? Make Dave Afton theory videos? Why? What about it? Like, there's not much to talk about there. Like, that's probably his name. That's kind of about it. Holy shit, Inky, you uploaded a video. Inky's alive? Okay, well, I gotta watch this later. Have you seen Withered Circle's mirror theory video? I have not, no. Like I've said before, I usually don't watch theory videos if I'm not streaming them. Okay. Read your messages. You're sending too many. You gotta calm down. There's a sponsor in the middle of the T-Dreads video that I'm watching. Anything you guys want to talk about in chat? Whether it's about, like, FNaF theories or whatever else. Before we start watching, I mean. Gibby released a Clethophobia video. That's cool. Do you think when Toby or Tom? What? Okay. I'm sorry, I'm going to time you out for a little bit because you're sending way too many messages. I'll do 5 minutes. Like, you're fine to talk in chat, but, like, you're saying a lot of random things and none of them have anything to do with each other. Meant to say who wins to keep... what? You keep misspelling things? I think that's what you meant. Make a video about Toby versus Tom. I think that... in a fight, I think Toby would probably win. I think they're probably pretty equal in strength. I think... Toby was able to hold back Tom, like, when... Toby was able to hold back Tom when he was using his full strength, but he also had a slightly better vantage point, I think. Like, I think it's easier to hold something back than it is to push something down. Unless I'm full of shit. I don't know physics, but... I think Toby's probably a little bit stronger. Tom probably... No, Tom is definitely more skilled, I would say, like, as a fighter. But Tom is probably stronger, and... I think that Tom is probably a better fighter. I can't speak. Tom is probably a better fighter. Toby is probably a stronger webs. Unless, like, in Brand New Day, like, in Brand New Day, his webs, like, Tom's webs seem pretty strong. But before Brand New Day, Toby's webs were definitely stronger. And I would say that Toby might be a little stronger, and he's taken way more of a beating in all of his movies. Like, Tom has always been in fights, and usually he didn't get like injured enough that it mattered, like that it affected him. And even if he did, like on the rare occasions that he did, usually it was too much for him. So I don't know. I think it's kind of even. I think it could go either way. I think Toby would probably win, but I think it would be kind of close. I'm so scared of what you sent me, Fred. Yeah, it's fine, Fred. Maybe, Fred. Maybe. We'll see. Maybe some of them. Maybe not all of them, but we'll see. I didn't even see the full message that you sent in chat. I didn't know that you said check it out after the stream, but I checked now. It's fine. Tom and Toby were pretty relative to each other, and if Tom gets a decent buff on Brand New Day, you could surpass him. Yeah, I think if depending on how strong he is in Brand New Day, he could probably win. But as of now, before Brand New Day, I would say Toby would win. I feel like Toby has a bit more experience in fighting because of his age compared to Tom, but Tom has better webs because he made them in the different versions of webs. Well, yes, but also he didn't make different versions of webs. He made webs, and then pretty sure Tony made the new versions of the webs, right? Like the different kinds of webs. I think Tom only made kind of the one kind, and I would say they're definitely not nearly as strong because they're made of chemicals, and Toby's are made, like, inside him, if that makes sense. So it's like, Toby has the power of a spider. Spider-Man, his strength is supposed to be, like, the relative strength of a spider if it was the size of a human, basically, which is way stronger than a human at the size of a human. So if you're a human and you make your own webs, the proportional strength of a spider's webs, then they would definitely be stronger than some chemicals you throw together. Undoubtedly, I'd say. Yeah, I saw the new Doomsday trailer. Like I said, I think it's the same one as was shown at whatever that event was that it was last shown at, but it seemed pretty cool, though. I'm, like, cautiously optimistic for the movie. I think there's a lot of cool stuff they're doing with it, but I'm so concerned. There's a lot of cool stuff they're doing with it, but there's also a lot of stuff they're doing with it, so I don't know what the fuck they're gonna do. Also, fun fact, yesterday, me, Anish, Aaron, those are my two best friends, the three of us and my girlfriend, we went out to a park, and we were playing Grounders. I think I've mentioned Grounders on stream before. But if you don't know, it's basically a game where it's basically tag, but if you're on the playground, like, structure, then you have to close your eyes, like, if you're it. But if you're not it, you can do whatever. You don't have to have your eyes closed. But if you're not it, and you're on the ground, and the person that's it is on the structure, they can call Grounders, and if you're on the ground, then you're now it. That counts as being tagged. So that's what Grounders is, basically. And I was playing that. That was a game we played as children, and now we still play it as adults. It's very fun, but we were playing Grounders, and Aaron was it, and me and Anish were trapped. We were, like, in one spot, and Aaron was kind of, like, cornering us, basically. Anish went down a slide, so I went down, like, like the fire pole kind of thing. I held onto that, and there was, like, this ladder that was kind of, like, curved, and underneath that was a small area that you could like go onto, like a small platform. So I jumped from the fire pole onto there. Suffice it to say, it did not go the best. I banged my chin against one small protrusion on the structure where there's like a bar and there was like a screw or a bolt or something in it. I banged my chin, I think, on the bolt and cut my chin right there. Doesn't look as bad as it was yesterday. It was really bad yesterday. It was like, how can I describe how deep it was? It's like, okay, these are the pills that I take when I have a headache. It was like this big. That big of like a gash. And it was like about that deep too. So, yeah. You know, there's technically a chance I have a concussion right now because it hit my head, but I don't think I do. The only concussion symptom that I have is a headache, and even that is probably just because I hit my head. One time, I used to have a ceiling fan in my room. Now I don't, now I just have a light. I used to have a ceiling fan. One time, at 4 a.m., this was during the summer, I used to stay up until 4 a.m. all the time, but at 4 a.m., there was 2 flies in my room. And they were bigger than those pills. Both of them. They were fucking huge. They were like this big. And I did not want to go to sleep with them in my room. So I killed them. Well, I killed one of them. In trying to kill the second one, I stood up on my bed. Didn't realize my ceiling fan was on. So I whacked my head against the spinning ceiling fan. And I'm pretty sure it was on the max setting, so it was spinning as fast as possible. It was like... I should not do that hand motion. But it was really fast. Banged my head on it. Had a huge headache the entire next day. But it was just the next day. Like, I had a little bit of a headache yesterday, because I was both dehydrated and I hit my head. But today I have like a slight headache still, but it's not huge. And I'm not like more sensitive to light than I usually am. I'm not more sensitive to sound than I usually am. I'm fine. So. You don't care about flies? Speak for yourself. I'm telling a story about me getting injured. How dare you? One day I saw an insect, which I did not know what type of insect it was, but it was the size of a school backpack. Okay, hold on. The head hit of 26. I actually think it was 23. I think it was 2023. Roughly. I could be wrong, but might have been 2023 or 2022. Always dust your ceiling fan. I did dust my ceiling fan. I just also dusted it with my head once. Want to say hi? Did you see the Doomsday trailer? I did, yeah. I talked about it a few times so far in the stream. It was good. It looks cool. I'm just worried. I'm worried, but I'm excited. I'm really excited for Spider-Man, though. Has anybody seen The Odyssey yet? I haven't seen it yet, but I want to. There's so much controversy surrounding it. And... it's like I get some of it, but also I don't really care, so I don't have a problem with it. This is coming from a Greek person, by the way. To be fair, I don't speak Greek, nor do I know much about the culture, but my family is Greek. My dad doesn't like the concept of the movie, or like the casting of the movie, because nobody's Greek. I don't really care that much. As long as the characters are good. Like, I feel like them being in Greece is, yes, part of the story, but I don't know enough about the Odyssey to know how much that changes. So, I don't know. So, like, I don't know if it changes that much for them not to be Greek, even if they're in Greece. I don't know. I mean, it's the same as, like, Macbeth being Denzel Washington. Like, that's not historically accurate, but, like, he still did a good job, right? I remember watching that movie when, in 2022, grade 10 English. Have you heard of Mario Odyssey? I've heard of it. We'll play it. Like, next year. I've been watching all the MCU movies in order. Nice. there's so many MCU movies that I want to rewatch. Last night, okay, have you guys? I don't know if you guys have watched the Escape Pod, but these two guys named Alex and Andrew, they have very hot takes that a lot of people make fun of. I think some of their takes are baffling, but I think they're both really funny, and I like them a lot. And I've been watching their podcast recently. Andrew is the guy with the Spider-Man jacket. His two favorite movies are The Avengers and The Greatest Showman. Last night, I watched The Greatest Showman. And people made fun of him for liking The Greatest Showman that much, and the reviews are not that good for the Greatest Showman, so I was like, I'm curious. I'll watch it. So I watched it. That was great. I loved it. I thought it was awesome. I love Hugh Jackman. I haven't seen him in nearly enough things. I've seen him as Wolverine. I don't remember if I've seen him in anything else, but I watched The Greatest Showman. I want to watch Prisoners. I've heard Prisoners is really good, and I've heard he's really good in it, but yeah, so I watched The Greatest Showman. It was really fun. I liked it a lot. Ever seen Epic the Musical? I have not. Some of my friends have, and they're really into it, but... Batman with prep time is stupid. It's stupid to an extent. It's stupid when the character he's fighting has no weakness. Like Batman with prep time versus Superman, it depends. Evil Superman who's just trying to kill Batman, no matter how much prep time Batman has, Superman is murdering Batman. Because he can fly like 100 meters away, laser blast, Batman is dead. There's nothing he can do. If he gets in close because he's arrogant and he knows he's much stronger than Batman, he'll be like, yeah, okay. He's not going to beat me. And then Batman will pull out the kryptonite and fuck Superman up. Batman with prep time maybe can beat Superman. Batman with prep time versus The Flash, I don't know, maybe, but like, I think it depends what his prep is. Like, and there's some characters that just don't have a weakness so he can't exploit them at all. Like Darkseid has a weakness. I think it's called the Radion or something. He can, and again, most of the people that Batman beats, he beats them because they're arrogant. He beats them because they have no idea that he's smart enough to beat them. And they let him get close enough to beat them. But if they were just trying to kill him as soon as possible, Batman would stand no chance, for the most part, right? So, it depends. The prep time argument is not what makes Batman so powerful. What makes Batman powerful is people underestimating him. That's what I think. Batman with prep time would win against DC gods. Yeah, people would say that Batman would beat, like, the fucking presence. Like, no, he won't. Or Lucifer. Like, I don't remember if they have any weaknesses, but they can literally be like, okay, Batman's dead. Anyone with prep time can win. Also, oh, yeah. Batman with prep time versus Spider-Man with no prep time, I'm taking Spider-Man. Because what the fuck is Spider-Man's weakness? Tell me what Spider-Man's weakness is. Right now. You want to shit-talk him? Sure. Maybe he'll be sad. But if he gets sad, he'll probably fuck you up. Like, what are you going to do against Spider-Man, Batman? Explain to me what you can possibly do. Spider-Man is not as good of a fighter, but he's way stronger, and he has Spidey sense, so Batman, no matter how skilled of a fighter he is, he's not laying a finger on Spider-Man. There's nothing he can do. And Spider-Man's way faster, way stronger, he has the webs, and he has Spidey sense to dodge literally anything Batman can do. Batman versus Spider-Man with the symbiote, Batman would win because there is a weakness he can exploit. The sound, the fire, that kind of shit. That's a weakness that Batman can exploit. If Spider-Man has the symbiote, Batman would win. If Spider-Man does not have the symbiote, there is not a single thing that Batman can do to stop him. Spider-Man just punched Batman's jaw off like he did with Scorpion. Yeah, it also depends, like, is it a fight to the death, or is it just a fight? Like, who would win, Batman or Wolverine? I would say Wolverine. But, like, who would win, Superman or Wolverine? Wolverine could probably hurt Superman, but Superman has the super hearing that he can, like, hear waves and stuff, like, kind of like Daredevil. And he has super speed, so Wolverine's not gonna die, unless Superman just leaves him in space, then he can die. But Superman is gonna beat Wolverine. That doesn't mean he's gonna kill him. But if it's a fight to the death, then it's gonna be a draw. Because, like, you can't... I mean, Wolverine, if you leave him in space, then he'll survive. Okay, it's more of an argument of if they can go to space or not. I think Wolverine wouldn't die against, like, the Hulk. I think realistically the Hulk would beat Wolverine in a fight, but he wouldn't kill him, right? I think there's a way Wolverine can win that fight. I just think it's gonna be hard. Spider-Man versus Flash, who you got? Flash. I think Flash is too fast for Spider-Man's Spidey sense to matter enough. Batman can buy the comics and write a weakness. Who would win, Batman or Iron Man? Iron Man, I would say. Even if Batman has prep time, I don't really know what Batman would do against Iron Man. Iron Man is willing to kill people, so he would just fly up. Pew! Dead. Hey, Batman. Bye. See ya. Goodbye. Calling me out on talking about FNaF and The Last of Us live stream. Look where he is right now. Fair enough, but to be fair, talking about other stuff during a FNaF stream is fine if people watching understand what we're talking about. Talking about FNaF in a non-FNaF stream is a little bit more distracting because we're trying to focus on FNaF. I'm a little bit more open to talking about it now, depending on what game it is, but if I'm really trying to focus, if I'm playing like The Wolf Among Us or like another Telltale game, then I'll be like, I don't want to talk about FNaF, I'm kind of trying to focus on the story, you know? Bruce owns Clark's building. Yeah, but who cares? Superman with prep time versus Batman? Superman. Both of them with prep time and still Superman. Superman doesn't need prep time, he'd still be Batman. Okay. Realistically, Superman beats Batman no matter what. In a cage match, Superman versus Batman, probably Superman. Superman versus Batman with prep time, probably Batman, because if they're like in an enclosed space, Batman with kryptonite, fuck him up, dead, right? Like nothing you do. I think a fight with Batman and Punisher would go. Batman's suit is supposed to be bulletproof, usually. Batman's definitely a better fighter. I think Batman would win. Is Batman really that weak? He's not strong. He's a human. He has tech. He's smart. He can... With prep time, he can get good stuff. But with prep time, he can win fights, but only if the enemy is arrogant enough to let him get close enough. If the enemy isn't arrogant... No matter how much prep time he has, he's not winning. Unless he calls like a fucking orbital strike, but I think they'd still kill him before they die too. Batman or Black Panther? There is literally not a single universe anywhere in the Galactic Empire, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, where Batman wins that fight. Nothing he can possibly do against I don't think Black Panther has a weak... I don't know enough about Black Panther, like, in the comics, but in the movies, I don't think he has a weakness. Batman is a normal human. Black Panther is, like, Captain America level strength, so... Oh, yeah, Captain America is fucking up Batman, by the way. There's literally no chance that Batman beats Captain America. Not a single chance. Batman versus Black Panther, it's basically Batman versus Captain America, but Black Panther's entire body is shit that Batman can't hit. Because if he hits it, he just fucking gets blasted back or just does nothing to it. Because it's all vibranium, it all has the kinetic energy. So he's fucked. So Black Panther's not quite as good of a fighter as Batman, but he's still a good fighter, so they could still put up a fight against each other, with or without powers. With the super strength, Black Panther fucks him up. With the suit and the super strength and the skills, literally no possible way that he does anything to Black Panther. Death battle? What is that? Is that just like people going against each other in a fight? I don't really know. It's probably like a series or something. I don't know for sure though. Or I heard the spider is super strong and can punch someone's jaw. Oh yeah, there's a comic where Doc Ock changes bodies with Spider-Man, and then he punches somebody, and it punches their jaw off or something like that. And he realizes, holy shit, Spider-Man is holding back so much. Like, a lot. He holds back more than Invincible does. To be fair, Invincible still probably fucks up Spider-Man in a fight. But, they're same concept of them holding back. Superman can break timeline and is actually the center of ideal heroism. I like the idea of a Superman who is super strong and can fly fast enough to go anywhere in the world in a few seconds, but isn't, like, quite as fast as the Flash. That's what I don't like much about the Arrowverse, is that Superman is too slow. Because he's supposed to be able to fly anywhere in the world to save anybody at any given time, but he's way too slow to be able to do that. And because he's slower than the Flash, and the Flash goes, like, Mach 10 in the early seasons, and Supergirl and Superman are about the same speed as him, or like a little slower. So but then I love that in Superman and Lois they change his speed to let him go over go really fast and go anywhere in the world whenever he needs to. There's a scene in Superman and Lois where he's buying something at a grocery store, goes outside, goes to China or something and saves a boat, and then comes back into the grocery store literally 10 seconds after he left. Maybe 20. That's the Superman I like, where he can do that shit that fast, but he's still slower than the Flash. And yeah, there are comics, I think, where he literally punches a hole in reality, which is kind of insane. Hulk is stronger than him. I think in some cases... Oh, Hulk is stronger than Spider-Man. Well, no, Spider-Man isn't the strongest character, like, in the Marvel Universe. Hulk is way stronger than Spider-Man, but Spider-Man is still really strong. Only Batman trade. Was this mind control and block mind reading? Yeah, that's totally going to help him when Martian Manhunter heat visions him and murders him instantly. Superman versus Magneto. Superman. I don't think there's any metal that Magneto can warp that would hurt Superman other than like adamantium. Like vibranium's strong, but it's not strong enough to pierce his skin. It's just strong enough to resist him. Adamantium can probably break Superman's skin, but like it's still, I think he could just fly around it. I think he'd be fine. Death Battle's a channel that makes long-form power scaling videos with animations and everything between two characters. Okay, that makes sense. I don't think I've seen... I might have seen a video or two at some point, but I don't remember seeing any videos of it, so... Spider-Man definitely gets his shit rocked a lot, but I think it depends who he's fighting and how much he's holding back. Because sometimes he holds back so he doesn't kill... so he doesn't kill them, but then that would probably, like, leave him open to more weakness because he's not trying to stop them as efficiently as he could. Because, like, he could accidentally kill them, so to avoid that, he uses less strength, and that leads to him getting fucked up, I think. And other times, he just fights somebody that's really strong. Like, Rhino, he's probably, like, about the same strength as Spider-Man, maybe a little stronger or a little weaker. But, like, he's bigger, so it's harder to, like, go against him. So, like, he could definitely, like, fuck him up. Flash stated to go Mach 10, but could see lightning in slow motion. Logic where? Oh, yeah. It's so weird. And seeing lightning in slow motion happens in Season 1 when he hasn't even gone Mach 2 yet. Spider-Man can put up a good fight, especially with the symbiote. He definitely can, but he's not like strong enough to be the Hulk, though. Superman can pick up the Hulk and throw him into outer space. Probably, but Hulk. I don't think Hulk is as strong as Superman. Maybe in some comics he is, but I think at their peak, Superman is probably like a little stronger, and at their base form, Superman is definitely stronger. But Hulk has some really, really strong forms. Like I think Worldbreaker Hulk is one of the strongest versions of him, if not the strongest. That version of Hulk could probably beat base Superman, but like base Hulk versus base Superman, probably Superman. Black Panther versus Wolverine. I think Black Panther would win, but there's no space that he can. But like, I don't think Black Panther can send him to space. So like, he won't die. But like, if it's a fight to the death, then probably a draw, or maybe Wolverine will find a way to come out on top. But in just like a fight to win a fight, then probably Black Panther. Where's your FNaF theory reaction? Don't worry, you'll get that. Give Death Battle a chance. Maybe I will at some point. Yeah, I mean, like, I haven't read any comics with, like, the gods of DC or Marvel. Like, I don't know enough about, like, the one above all or the one below all, who I know, like, possesses the Hulk at some point. But, like, that version of the Hulk would destroy everything. It would win. But, like, yeah, I don't know. I've watched the Lucifer show. I like that show a lot. He's literally the devil, and he's the second strongest character in all of DC. I think. Pretty sure. Unless, like, one of his brothers is strong. I don't think Michael is as strong as Lucifer, but... One below all Hulk? Yeah. That's a thing. I haven't read any comics with him, but, like, I know that happens in the comics at some point. What's your favorite superhero movie? Favorite? Probably No Way Home. What I would personally say is the best, probably Into the Spider-Verse or Dark Knight. I think I take Into the Spider-Verse over it, but Dark Knight is up there too. I gotta rewatch some of those movies though, it's been a while. Who wins in a fight, Spider-Man or Golden Freddy? Honestly, kind of a good question. I don't really know. Probably Spider-Man realistically. But, like, Golden Freddy is kind of, like, ghostly in like, some forms, so. Like, the animatronic form of Golden Freddy, probably Spider-Man, but, like, with including the spirit and stuff, Spider-Man. Or, sorry, including the spirit, it would probably be pretty close. Apparently, the Lucifer show is a CW Arrowverse due to some dimension stuff. Yeah, well, almost everything is, like, connected to the Arrowverse. Every live-action DC thing is a part of the Arrowverse. Like, the Arrowverse's multiverse. Like, Ezra Miller's Flash was in the Arrowverse, and was in the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover. Adam West's Batman, all that stuff. All of that takes place in the same multiverse as the Arrowverse. Lucifer appears in the Crisis on Infinite Earths crossover on Earth 666, which is kind of funny, but Lucifer is a DC property. Like, it's the DC version of Lucifer. It's not just a random devil show. It's literally, like, the DC Comics Lucifer, so. Superman or the Mimic? Superman. Could Batman solve FNaF? That's a good question. I don't know. Peter Parker or Spider-Man? I wonder. I think it's the same. Charles Xavier versus Andrew, the one you should not have killed? Are we saying, like, the one you should not have killed if it's Andrew, like him in the books? Or are we saying Charles Xavier versus a theory? Like, what are we saying? Batman couldn't solve the Riddler flooding Gotham. Ain't no way he's going to stop William. Well, it's not, the question isn't, is he going to stop William? Is he going to solve the FNaF lore? And yes, he's going to stop William. What do you mean he's not going to stop William? To be fair, the Riddler flooding Gotham thing, I think that was meant to be harder to solve. And also, that was like a year 2 Batman, so... I don't know why I'm doing that. Could he solve the lore, though? I don't know. Maybe. You know, in playing The Wolf Among Us on the second channel, I did a little bit of research into, like, them, or, like, the game as a concept and all that. And it's really interesting. The comic that it's based on is called DC Fables. And I kind of want to read the comics. I've heard it's a little more stale, like, after issue, like, 75, roughly, I think. But I've heard it's pretty good, though. I might get it at some point. And it's really funny. Okay, quick little side note about The Wolf Among Us. It's a DC game made by Telltale, based on the DC Fables comic. And the concept is, it's a bunch of fairy tale creatures in this area in New York. So basically, fairy tales exist in the DC universe for some reason. You play as the big bad wolf, and you're solving a murder with Snow White. And there's a scene in the game where the big bad wolf, who is the sheriff of the town, is trying to solve the murder. He goes into a strip club, and there's a stripper dancing on a pole. This stripper is fully naked. You can see her tits. So later, 5 minutes later, you talk to this stripper. Guess who this fucking stripper is? It's the fucking Little Mermaid. With legs, by the way. It's such a weird concept, but it's honestly really funny, and I kind of like it. I think it's a fun game. I really love the Batman. I just find it funny how Batman fails to stop literally everything. Yeah, he fails to stop things, but he also figures things out. Just a little too late. Except the flooding. He didn't solve the flooding. I'm sorry, what the fuck? Yep. That's the game I'm streaming on the second channel right now. Check it out. Did you watch the Penguin series? No. I want to. I just haven't gotten to it yet. I've had a lot of stuff to watch, so I just haven't gotten around to it yet. I'll definitely watch it before part 2. I have 2.5 years, so I'll be fine. But I'll try to watch it probably pretty soon, but I don't know when. Right now I'm watching 13 Reasons Why. I watched the first season with my girlfriend. I really liked it. I watched the second season on my own. I still really liked it. I'm starting season 3 now. I've heard it goes down at season 3 and 4. I've heard it's really bad then. I watched like the first half of episode 1 of season 3, and so far it feels very random what's happening. Can Batman solve Folk Avenue? I don't know what that is, I'm going to be honest. Batman should kill more often? No. No, he shouldn't. No. See, the thing is, I get people's arguments like that Batman should have killed the Joker by now, but I haven't read it yet. I haven't read the book, but I have watched the movie. Read or watch Batman Under the Red Hood. It's fantastic, and it completely makes sense. Like, it's an essential part of his character. If you don't like that he doesn't kill people, then you don't like Batman. That's kind of the whole point of his character. Now, I'm not as low on Batman v Superman as everybody else. I understand where what the idea was. I think it was executed fine if Zack Snyder had finished his vision. I'm glad we've rebooted now because the universe ended up sucking. But I do like Batman v Superman, and I understand why everybody hates it. I just think it would have been better. I think people would like it more if everything was like if Zack Snyder finished his vision, I guess. Because I think the idea that he was going for was Superman was he's a newcomer. Then if Superman's a newcomer, he hasn't gotten to be a symbol of hope yet. He's still finding his way as a hero. Batman has been Batman for too long. He's lost his way. I understand people not liking that baseline, not liking Batman kill in the first place, not liking him use guns in the first place, not having Superman be kind of stoic at the beginning. I get not liking that, but I think the whole point was they were like that because Superman wasn't what he was supposed to be yet. Batman wasn't what he was supposed to be anymore. Them finding each other, not like in a sexual way, but like them becoming friends, becoming partners in the Justice League, that was meant to show them the different sides of the world, and they balance each other out, they make each other better as people. And I think that's the point that Zack Snyder was going for. I understand why people didn't like it. I think it would have worked fine if it was done, but we didn't get that chance, obviously. And it is a little unfortunate, but it makes perfect sense why we didn't, and I think that we're going in a good direction with James Gunn. Although Supergirl didn't do so well. I have watched Supergirl. I didn't really like it. I'm gonna be honest. Like I gave it like a 5 out of 10. It was fine. I didn't love the comic it was based on to begin with, so I didn't love the movie either. I think there's some good stuff in the in the movie, but it's not great. I don't like the ending at all. Like with Krem. Why he doesn't kill is kind of dumb. It is not dumb at all. Nah. What's your opinion on Man of Steel? I like it as a movie, and I like it as a puzzle piece for what that version of Superman would eventually become. But because we didn't get what it eventually would have become, obviously it's not a great Superman movie. I still like it as a movie, and I think it's a cool new take on Superman for him to have a journey to become the version of Superman that we know. But it's definitely not the best iteration of Superman. I think it could have ended up being good if we got more of it, but we didn't, so I still like it a lot. Like, I think it's a great movie. There's some really stupid stuff in it, but for the most part, I think it's a really enjoyable movie. A really enjoyable movie. I like it a lot. Only DCEU movie you've watched? Really? It's kind of surprising, actually. If I kill him, I go insane and kill everybody else. No, that makes perfect sense, because Batman is a maniac. Batman himself is completely insane, but he maintains his insanity. He uses it for good, and he keeps himself in check. He doesn't go beyond, because if he does go beyond, he'll get fucked up, and he will fuck everybody else up. Yes, he values life, but also he knows that if he does kill one person, he will kill everybody else, and he won't give anybody else the chance for redemption. That's the point. He leaves people alive so that they can maybe get better and be redeemed. But if he kills one person, he'll fall into a deep end. He'll fall into the deep end. He'll keep killing. He'll kill more people. He'll kill everybody else. And then the people that he does kill won't have the chance for redemption. And that makes perfect sense. Batman is fucking insane. So it makes sense that he wouldn't want to kill, because if he is already insane and he kills somebody, he'll be like, hey, this is effective. I'm going to kill everybody now. That's the point. And it makes perfect sense. Opinions on The Flash? The movie, the character, or the show? The show, I like. Okay, Season 1, fantastic. Season 2, even better. Season 3, fantastic. Season 4, great. Season 5, good. Season 6, great for the first half, bad for the second half. Season 7, one of the worst seasons of television I've ever seen in my life. Season 8, a couple good things. Season 9, like 3 great episodes. No. 2 great episodes, 2 mid ones, and every single other episode was bad. So, overall, it was fine. The character, I love. I haven't read that many comics, but I've watched the show. I've watched the show. I've watched the movie. I've watched the other movies that he's been in, like Justice League and stuff like that. And I have read The Flash Rebirth. I have, I think, 2 other Flash comics that I haven't read yet, but I will. As a character, he's one of my favorite DC characters. He used to be my favorite superhero. He's not anymore, but he's still up there. My favorite superheroes are probably Spider-Man, Batman, and Flash are kind of like a coin toss. And Wolverine's up there too. Yeah, I don't know who else is up there. I think Superman's pretty high up there too, but the movie, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about the movie. I like the story. I think most of the acting is good. Obviously, Ezra Miller is a horrible person, but their acting is good in the movie for the most part. The story of the movie is mostly good, but Barry is an actual idiot for staying in the past. That made no sense. There's so much convoluted shit in the way to make sure the movie does happen. What does happen is cool, but the way that it happens is a little idiotic. But it's not awful, I don't think. The ending with George Clooney was funny, and it would have been cool if it was like the timeline is fucked up, so we had to figure all that stuff out in the next movie. But we're not getting a next movie, so what was the point of doing that? And the cameos were stupid, were garbage, absolute idiocy. Who decided to make those cameos? Some of them were fine, like the Jay Garrick one was kind of cool. Sorry, my mom's yelling. Not yelling, but like she's leaving the house now, and I think she's calling to my brother. But a lot of them suck. Not the George Clooney one. The Adam West Batman one sucked. And that one wasn't horrible, I guess. I mean, it was like you couldn't see him as well. But the Christopher Reeve Superman and what's her name that plays Supergirl in those movies? Forgot. But yeah, it looked awful. The George Reeves one was kind of disrespectful. I could be wrong, but I remember I think he took his own life or something because he hated being Superman, or that was like part of it or something like that. I could be completely wrong, but I think something happened like where his mental health completely deteriorated because he was known as Superman or something like that. So the fact that they included him there was pretty disrespectful. Who else was it? Nicolas Cage Superman was kind of funny. That he was there. But it was weird. So yeah, overall the cameos were mostly garbage. They didn't really... It was a cool concept, but the CGI is some of the worst CGI I've ever seen in any movie ever. Especially for the fact that it came out in 2023. So, I think there was definitely good things in the movie, but there was also some garbage things in the movie. Opinions on My Adventures with Superman. I haven't watched it, but my brother has, and he says it's really good, so I want to watch it at some point. In the Lantern Show, I'm upset they gave him shit-stained suits. Yeah, what the fuck is going on with that show? I don't understand what they're doing. It's like... Okay, I'm still gonna watch it. I haven't watched Creature Commandos yet, I gotta do that. But, I'm still gonna watch it. But what are they doing? I don't know. I'm so if Jon Stewart doesn't get a bright green, comic accurate Green Lantern suit, I will be so fucking mad. And the fact that Hal Jordan's suit looks like piss and shit instead of being green is actually so stupid. I don't understand. What the fuck is going on? And why is it going on? The show looks like it might be good. I'm so concerned for what they're going to do with Green Lantern as a character, though. It seems so bad. Not bad, but it seems so weird. A buddy cop detective show seems like a very good premise for a Green Lantern show. Yeah, if it took place in space. Not on Earth in a fucking, like, desert with no green in it. In the Green Lantern show. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll be wrong. Maybe we'll be proven wrong. Like when the show comes out. Maybe it'll be completely comic accurate and it'll be fantastic by the end. No clue. But as of now, I'm very skeptical. Do you read manga? No. I don't really watch anime either. I've watched Demon Slayer with my girlfriend. I've watched the first 2 episodes, I think, of Attack on Titan. And Demon Slayer was pretty good, and Attack on Titan so far seems interesting. I'll probably continue watching it at some point, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that soon or not, but I've heard Attack on Titan is a fantastic show, so I am excited to watch more of it. But just in general, I'm not really into anime. And I haven't read manga. I like reading comics, but I don't do it as often, as often as I would like to, just because I am always working on videos and stuff. So that's a really grounded Green Lantern show. Make it grounded for the characterization. Don't make it grounded for what's happening in it. I don't know. Again, maybe I'll be proven wrong. Maybe it'll be maybe it'll make perfect sense in context, and maybe it'll be more colorful and bright in the actual show. But if it is, then they're doing a horrible job marketing it. I think that's one thing. Okay, James Gunn, I think, has done a really good job with DC so far. I don't love Supergirl, but I think the idea of just doing whatever, different kinds of movies for different characters, like a horror movie for Clayface, I think that's cool. But I think he's doing a really bad job of the marketing. Because the Batman movie is called The Brave and the Bold. It's not even called Batman, The Brave and the Bold. I hope to God that changes. It should definitely be changed to the title Batman, The Brave and the Bold. Right now they're doing a Clayface movie before a Batman movie, so it's kind of weird. The Lantern show does not look like a Green Lantern show at all. Pretty sure there is a space scene in the most recent Green Lantern trailer. Okay, that would be good at least. But yeah, I think James Gunn is great in terms of what he's making. Again, I don't like Supergirl very much, but I think it's more so just I don't like the comic as much, and I think the movie was also just not the best. But also he didn't direct that. I think what he's doing is what he's trying to do is great. I just don't think he's doing a good job at making it marketable for the general audience and making the general audience want to watch, Especially, I also don't think it's very smart to do a Supergirl show as the second, like, DC... Sorry, a Supergirl movie as the second DCU movie when they haven't done Batman or Wonder Woman. I feel like we have quite a bit of Batman stuff, so I'm fine with Clayface before it. Oh no, I'm fine with the Clayface before it. I just think for the general audience, if I don't think the general audience know who Clayface is. Like, I do, because I've played Arkham games. I feel like that's all I've seen that has Clayface in it. He's in Gotham a little bit, but I haven't seen that many things with Clayface in it. I know who he is, and I know the concept. I don't think the general audience knows very much about him, though, so... I would like to say it's been an hour and 17 minutes. That's a good point. However, when this conversation dies down, we will start watching. I don't know. We should probably... Okay, we'll make sure that we start watching the videos by 3:30. It's 2:46 right now. So, if the conversation dies down before 3:30, we will start watching. If it doesn't, then we'll stop at 3:30 and start watching. I don't think there's going to be a DCU Batman until 2031, which is kind of crazy. Or since they don't want to clash with the Batman. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Being a horror movie, Clayface will probably do well regardless of how well the general audience is a character. Yeah. I think it's still cool. Like, I think the general audience will still... I think it'll mostly be word of mouth, though. Like, I don't think very many people will go see the movie because they want to see the movie. I think they'll go because of the general audience. Sorry, wait, what the fuck am I saying? I think I just had a brain fart. I don't think the general audience will go because it's a Clayface movie or because of the trailer. I think they'll go because of the audience reviews and word of mouth and people wanting to go. Like Obsession. Obsession did great. Because of word of mouth. The trailers looked cool, and people went to see it because of the trailers, but then word of mouth made it do way better, right? So... I think Clayface will probably be kind of like that. I think the movie might do well. I don't think it'll do like as well as Superman, but it'll probably do better than Supergirl, honestly. Supergirl flopped really bad, though, which kind of sucks. Like I said, I don't love the movie. I think it was just fine. I think Lobo was great. I hope we see more of him, but... And Supergirl as a character was good until, like, the ending. I did not like the end. Imagine a FNaF Stage Strafe show. That would be fun. Or just like a show kind of like Fazbear Frights where it's like an anthology. I think that would be really cool. Do you reckon Supergirl bombed just because of the badly reviewed movie, or do you think people just don't care about the character? I think, A, some people don't care about the character. B, the trailers didn't look that good. Like, it didn't look bad, but it didn't look the best. 3, I think I said A, B, and 3, but whatever. I think, yes, the reviews are part of it. I think some people care about Supergirl as a character, but, like, not more than they care about, like, Wonder Woman, Batman, Superman, The Flash, Green Lantern, even Green Arrow, I think is more popular than Supergirl. Especially because of the show. The Supergirl show also wasn't very well received, so, like, people don't care about her as much from that. Like, I thought the Supergirl show was fine, but, like, in a universe with the Flash and Arrow, like, it was way worse than those. And also, she was too similar to Superman in that show. So, I don't think people cared that much about her there. And yes, she's different in the movie. But in some ways, she's different to a fault. And when I say that, I mean it's good for the first little bit, and then it's good for the beginning of the movie, and then it's bad for the end of the movie. But her being too similar to Superman in the show, I think probably left a bad taste in people's mouths, so they were like, okay, it's just Superman but a girl, so I don't really care. So I think that's probably part of why people don't like it. And yeah, like you said, marketing for sure. Fazbear Cinematic Universe. If we get another fucking Into the Pit property, there has to be something going on, bro. There has to be something going on. Yeah, I saw that. We talked about that at the beginning of the stream. Beyond the pit, across the pit. I have a headache again. If they made a FNaF TV show, would you want it to be canon to the games or its own separate thing? I think if they did a FNaF TV show, it should be in the universe of the movies, if anything. Do you think the New Kid story works well with the video game? Like, do I think it would fit in the game's timeline? Maybe, but like it depends if that Golden Freddy is the same Golden Freddy as the game's Golden Freddy. Or if it's just a random suit. And also, Eleanor seems to be involved in it, so it depends if Eleanor is like in the games or if she's Shadow Freddy in the games or whatever. Only FNaF related things that will be released from now on will be Into the Pit adaptations. That would be funny. Five Nights at Freddy's Ball Pit. New original TV series. To be fair, that would fit a little bit better. That would fit more as a Fazbear Frights thing, because in Fazbear Frights, all the Fazbear Frights I keep saying Fazbear Frights, all the victims of the stories are stored in the balls in the ball pit, right? So that would actually kind of work better. I really hope Megacat gets to make a non-Fazbear Frights game. I like the Into the Pit game, but I'd like to play one with a story I haven't already heard. Fair enough, yeah. It's the movie universe. Imagine Larson investigates the latest Fazbear murders or mysteries happening in that universe. That would be kind of cool, actually. They could do like a Larson from the books or like a Clay from the other books. I think it would be cool to have like some of the cops that we've seen in previous stories just turn up as in like a cop show, but in a supernatural FNaF universe. Kind of like Gotham, how it deals with all the supernatural shit, that's happening in Gotham. What if Vanessa's revealed to be a robot in the movies? I wouldn't care that much, but I know a lot of people would. The 11th anniversary actually released for stuff. It's the 12-year anniversary today, or this year, but would be kind of funny though. Interesting. In Princess Quest, we meet the purple monster and it has a crown. Then in the next episode, the Old Man Consequences is there with a crown. The purple monster and it has a crown. What? Are you talking about the glitch trap at the end? Where does he have a crown? Oops, sorry. Midnight Suns, those who know. That's probably next. We'll probably get that at some point after Secret Wars. I don't think Charlie being a robot ruined her character. I think it was being set up since the beginning. like I've said, I've been rereading the Silver Eyes for a future video, and there's so many like signs that she was a robot that we just didn't notice. What looks like a crown to you? I don't understand what you're talking about. He has bunny ears. That's kind of all he has. Where is this crown you speak of? I don't see a crown there. I see rabbit. I see rabbit. I see random pieces. These don't look like a crown. Unless you're saying that's kind of like a crown, but I think that's just a random blob. Blob? Sorry. Are you glitch both M2 truther? I think that the... I think the Mimic is Glitch Trap. I think M2 is probably Glitch Trap. I don't think Afton is Glitch Trap. Maybe, like, Afton's Agony somehow, or, like, a Shadow Freddy is involved or something like that, but I don't know. Nah, I don't really think it does. Like, I don't think it changes anything about her characterization. It just, like, explains why she's so fucking weird. Yeah, I mean, I kind of see a crown there, but I don't think it's meant to be a crown. I think it's just a random piece. Imagine Gregbot is confirmed. I would not care. So many people would be so mad, and I'd just be like, yeah, I mean, I believed he was for a long time. I don't really have an opinion on it anymore. I don't care enough. But, like, maybe he is, maybe he's not. I don't think it's as bad of a theory as everybody says it is, but I don't really care if he is. If he was one, I'd just be like, okay, yeah, makes sense. Cool. I mean, yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised if he had already planned for her to be a robot, just in general. That's always possible. The actual twist wasn't devised until after. Well, in the Silver Eyes, Afton looks up at Charlie at one point and is like, "You're something wonderful, aren't you?" Or something like that, or beautiful, or something like that. So, like, what would Afton consider beautiful? Murdering children, not just random 17-year-olds that were the daughter of his business partner. No, he doesn't care about that. He cares about robots and animatronics and spirits and shit. So, him looking up at Charlie and being like, "You're beautiful, you're wonderful, I'm not a pedophile, you're just beautiful," then that kind of implies, yeah, he knows she's a robot, and Scott does too. I think that was always planned. I think that's because Henry, like, poured, like, his grief into Ella and basically turned her into Charlie. So his own, like, mental anguish and his emotions powered this Ella doll, turning it into Charlie. So that Ella doll, I guess, just gets the memories from the real Charlie, or maybe the knowledge that he has of what Charlie went through, and, like, reconstructs them in a way. And that's probably why she gets those memories. Yeah, maybe, but I don't think that's what he means by that when he's considering he's looking up at Charlie specifically, and he knows that he took Charlie and not Sammy, you know. What? I know who Fazent is, but what does that mean? Yeah. Because I'm making a video on it, I think I have notes of all the signs that we had. Let me see. Let me see. Um. Yeah, she said that she doesn't remember much about the first couple of years of her life, which makes sense. Page 6 has... Okay, this is part of my script for the video. Page 6 has even more, with Charlie having a feeling of displacement as if she'd seen the younger version of herself in her room among her toys. This is when she's in her childhood bedroom, which has Ella in it, and Ella is quite literally the younger version of herself. So, yeah. Charlie had an identical outfit to Ella when they were about the same height. She has 3 closets, one being Ella's and the third for Charlie when she's older. Unable to open the middle one because that contains the second Charlie bought, which Henry wouldn't want her to see. And the third one is the only one that's open, and it's just open slightly, because that's the current one. Camera tripod. Her memories feel like it all happened to somebody else because it was the younger version of her, but it's like a different body. Also, she remembers Aunt Jen bringing her back to the house one day because she literally had to replace her with the new robot. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this Overeyes that, like, teased her being a robot. Yeah, I think Henry from the books is split into 2 different characters in the game. One is Henry from the games, who is Cassette Man, who has the same baseline for Henry, where he lost a child. He was the co-founder of Fazbear, built the animatronics. And then there's also Edwin, who also built animatronics, also lost a child, but also recreated his children as a robot in some way. So it's like kind of, he's both of them. Book Henry is both Game Henry and Game Edwin. I think it's possible, but I don't think it matters that much. Like, I think Afton finds out about it at some point, but whether it's from Edwin or he just discovers it on his own doesn't really matter. Ah, okay. So people are saying like she's neurodivergent in a way, and then the third book is like, oh yeah, the reason she's like that is because she's a robot. So like, so the argument is that people don't like it because it makes them feel like they're not normal because this character is not, because this character is like them, but they're a robot instead of just a normal person. Is that what you're trying to say? Kind of a weird way for me to explain that, but I think I get what you mean though. Yeah. Okay. I feel like that more so means that they're older rather than Fazbear being older than them. I don't really think that. Like, I don't agree with that take. Don't know why people hate on Andrew so much. I think just because he was introduced in the books and people don't like the idea that the books are necessary, which is fair. Like I don't think the books are necessary. I think they help point us further in the direction of things that the games were already supposed to tell us that we didn't pick up on from the games. I think that everything that the books are meant to tell us was solvable in the games. It was just too vague, so we didn't figure it out. And the books told us, oh yeah, don't forget about this. This is what it actually is. You missed this. I think that's what the books do. I don't think they give us new information that we couldn't have figured out. I think they just push us more in the direction of things that we were supposed to, but didn't. So if Andrew was in the games, then people would be like, oh, but that's random because he never existed in the games. There's no signs of him. The flaw in that logic is that there are signs of him. Curse of Dreadbear has 8 gravestones instead of 7, and yeah, if you include the bite victim in that. So it can't be all of the kids Afton killed because there would be 6. If Andrew was there, it would be 7. So who's the 8th? And it can't be all the kids. It can't be all the. Excuse me. It can't be all the kids that Afton killed and all of his kids, because there would be 9 then. So the bite victim would be included with them, which would make it 7. And then the 8th, who would that be? Because it can't be Mike, because he doesn't really fit in with them. It probably wouldn't be Elizabeth, because she doesn't really fit in with them either. And also, it would be weird to have 2 Afton kids and not the 3rd. So logically, that suggests it's the 5 missing kids, Charlotte, the bite victim, and then one other character, probably Andrew, or theoretically Andrew. In Tochigi the High School Years, there's 7 victims. The bite victim doesn't make sense to be that victim because it's Afton murdering people here. And Afton didn't kill the bite victim. So the 7th victim would probably be somebody else. Again, theoretically Andrew, and that explains the grave. So it does make sense that Andrew would exist in the games. I'm not saying he has to, but I am saying that if the books were trying to tell us that he did exist, then there is still a basis for it in the games. It's just that people don't like it, really, more than anything else. Or that they think there's another explanation. Yeah, you can think there's another explanation, but if Andrew was in the games, you can't say that there is no evidence for it. Like, the name Andrew, sure, we didn't know, but, like, just another extra victim that we didn't know about before, definitely signs of that in the games. I think Secret basically confirms they aren't the founders, since there's posters of Fazbear Entertainment existing in, like, the 30s. There's no real sign of that. we see black and white posters, but that could easily be from like the 60s. And it seems that Fazbear existed in the 60s, based on the fact that Edwin's father knew about Fazbear, and he probably died in like the late 60s-ish. I don't remember the exact evidence, but I know Game Theory made that's their first secret of the mimic theory, and I think that theory made sense. So there's that. But that doesn't mean anything. Like, Afton and Henry could easily have founded Fazbear in, say, the early 60s, had black and white posters or whatever. They could have been like 25, say. Say they're like 25 in 1960. Then they have kids like 10 years later-ish. 10, 15 years later is when they both have their kids, right? So I think that's perfectly fine. I don't think there's really an issue with that. Charlie 4MC. Okay, bro. What's your opinion on Crying Child being the one you should not have killed? I once believed it for like 2 days, and then I moved on. And I haven't looked into it much since. I know there's a lot of people that believe it now, so eventually I'll probably watch the, like, people's videos people that have made videos more recently on it eventually, but. Afton would have been in his 70s when he died. I mean, I don't think Vanessa is Afton's daughter, so. How do you explain the Red Bear drowning in the Red Lake? It also made a curse of Dreadbear. Dreadbear, you stand in the Red Lake. Party setup. That was one of the things that made me believe that the bite victim was the one you should not have killed, if that's what you're talking about. I don't disagree that that would be more overcomplicated for kind of no reason. That's sure. But that doesn't mean that the evidence doesn't point to it. I don't think the Crying Child has anything to do with Golden Freddy. I definitely do, but, like, I still think Cassidy is the main Golden Freddy. Okay, I'm gonna take a small break and go to the bathroom. I'll be back. Hey, I'm back. The thing is, yes, the movie touched on Vanessa being an Afton, and so I think it's possible. And yes, her father's name is Bill A. But I wouldn't be surprised if that's just like Glitchtrap affecting her file and like taking the place of Afton, and then her thinking of him like as her father in a way, in that he's like kind of controlling her actions. If that makes sense. So like I don't think that means that she's necessarily literally his father, or that she's necessarily literally his daughter. Is what I meant. Could be. I'm not saying it can't be. I'm just saying like it might be. I just don't think it necessarily has to be. Just got here. Have we talked about the new Sequel teaser? We have, yes. The spot the difference thing, yeah. Unless it's been something else. I don't think there has, but. New teaser for the Joy of Creations tomorrow. That's cool. Could Gregory's friend at the end of Ruin just be Vanessa and they blurted it out, or they blurted it out because that would spoil Security Breach? Spoil Security Breach? I don't know what you mean by that, but I definitely think his friend is Vanessa. I thought that immediately when I played that. I thought it was either Vanessa or maybe Freddy, if anything. Did you miss the theory reactions? No, we haven't even started yet. It's been 2 hours. We talked a lot about DC and Marvel, and now we're talking about some theories before we start. We're going to probably start the theory reactions in like 10 minutes. Personal hiking that Vanessa's Michael's daughter, and her backstory was just fabricated by Glitchtrap to better manipulate her. I definitely think that the backstory could easily be fabricated by Glitchtrap, and I definitely think that Vanessa can be Michael's daughter, because there is still the Vanessa A thing, and there's also the fact that her tapes are in Michael's room. I think that's definitely really interesting. I don't think that's solid, but I think it's interesting to consider. How old is game Vanessa meant to be? I don't really see how William could be her father if she's like in her mid to late 20s. She's 23 in FNaF AR. It depends when FNaF AR takes place. There's some people that think it's like 2021 or 2019, 2020 because of like the dates on the emails, but I'm pretty sure the dates are literally just the real life dates, not the actual in-universe dates. So I don't think that matters. But she is 23 during the events of that game, which are before Security Breach. So she could be a little older in Security Breach, but... It's always possible that FNaF 3 is like 2015, and Afton gets springlocked in like 2010. So he has lots of time to have another kid, and he is springlocked 5 years before FNaF 3, because that's also what's happening in the movie, I think, right? Like, I think it's 5 years after the first one is FNaF 3. I don't know. That's technically possible, whether because of the movies or not, but... Do I think we play as Cassie's father in Help 1 and 2? Probably, because of the fact that we use a Faz wrench and the fact that we have the Bonnie mask. And also the fact that we become what's it called? We become the mask bot to give her the mask, so it's like passing it down from father to daughter. I think symbolically that makes a lot of sense. So I think so, personally. You don't see Vanessa being Michael's father? Personally, I don't either. Pretty sure William is Michael's father. Did you like the Vandy mask reveal in Help 1 and 2? Yeah, I thought that was really interesting. I remember I did videos on Help 1 and 2 when it first came out, so I don't really remember what my reaction was to that. I think I was just really confused. Michael being her father. Yeah, that's fair. See, okay. First of all, I don't like the corpse argument because I personally just think that sister location that he gets regenerated because I think that's a property that Remnant can do. So I don't think he's going to stay a corpse. That's a thing that I've believed for a long time. I've never believed that he's going to stay a corpse anyway. So I don't think that matters. And second of all, after sister location, Mike says, "Hey Dad, I'm going to come find you." And then the next game, chronologically, is FNaF 3. Depending on when sister location takes place. If you say it takes place in like the late 90s-ish, and FNaF 3 is in 2015, that's an 18-year gap. Meaning, he's going to find his father, he's not going to find his father. For 18 years. Right? So, if he doesn't find his father for so long after that, it's entirely possible that he just like kind of gives up on trying to find him, and then settles down to get a wife, have a daughter, and then eventually Afton pops up, and he's like, or like the Phasma Frights horror attraction pops up, and he's like, okay, I'll go investigate. Nope, nothing here. Bye. And then, phone dude is like, hey bro, come back, and he's like, okay, fine. See, hey bro. Holy shit, it's my dad! And then blah, 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 goes to FNaF 6. That stuff. So I think it makes sense that he could still have a daughter. He says he's been living in shadows. Doesn't seem like he tried to have a normal life. I would argue him living in shadows more so refers to him using fake names during FNaF 1 and 2. But also it could mean I've been living in shadows because I'm a purple corpse right now. Oh shit, I'm healed again. I'm good now. Like, I think that also could work. It just depends what... Him living in shadows could refer to multiple different things, so... And having been living in shadows doesn't mean I'm going to continue living in shadows either. It could mean I'm going to live in shadows as I'm continuing to try to find you, but I'm not going to find you, so I'm going to give up. So then he stops living in shadows. Again, I think it just depends what you think him living in shadows refers to. And yeah, I guess when you think sister location happens. You think sister location is pre-FNaF 1 and 2? No, I think it's after FNaF 1. But he says he's been living in shadows. Like, previously. So before the events of sister location, working at FNaF 1 and 2, he was living in shadows, using a fake name. He wasn't being himself. So, that I would consider him living in shadows. No? You mean the mask bot is the mimic? No, I think the mask bot is quite literally... Here's what I think Help 1 and 2 is. In Help 1 and 2, we are Cassie's father. Theoretically. And we have a Vanny mask on. I believe that as we play the minigames, we are remotely controlling the mask bot going throughout the ruined Pizzaplex, wearing the mask, and that's why in most of the areas it's a intact Pizzaplex. When you take off the mask, it's physically the mask bot taking off the mask, and then he sees what's actually around him. And that's why we are physically interacting with Roxy and giving her the mask that she wears in Ruin and leaving her in the same spot she is when Ruin starts. So then we cut to the mask bot giving the mask to Cassie because we are getting rid of it and giving it off and handing it off to her. So the mask bot is quite literally what our character has been controlling the entire time. All of the levels, or at least most of them, are actually physically happening, and the mask bot is what's doing that. So, like, he's remotely controlling the mask bot to go and do all those tasks throughout the Pizzaplex. Both with and without the mask on. So that explains why it physically ties in with Roxy in Security Breach and Cassie... or Roxy in Ruin and Cassie in Ruin. I mean, again, that could work, but also it could be that he's living in shadows while he's still a corpse, and then as the remnant heals him, then he won't stay that way. Or that he'll keep living in shadows as he searches for Afton, and then when he realizes he doesn't find him, then he can just stop and settle down if he needs to. If Andrew's in the games, why do people ignore Jake, who's the main character of the story? I don't know. I think it's... his role is very similar to both the Bite Victim and Charlotte in the games. So it's questionable whether he himself has a job. If Andrew were in the games, does Jake have a role in the games? Or it could just be that if Andrew exists in the games, the Stitch Wraith still exists. It's just only Andrew. Sorry, it's just only Jake without Andrew. And that would explain, like, if the Into the Pit game is in the games, then that explains why there's no fetch battery pack in the Stitch Wraith, because that's what has Andrew. So if it doesn't have the battery pack, then there's no Andrew, meaning it would just be Jake, theoretically. Does Michael hear baby say you won't die because it's a memory of her talking or actually talking to him or eternally? I don't know. I would say it's probably... I don't know. It's probably, like, her in... when they're both in the same body. Like, when Ennard is inside Mike's body is probably what she says to him then. That implies it isn't referencing the fake aliases in FNaF 1 and 2 as it's attached to the line. I mean, I guess. Like, it depends how you interpret how he words it, but... Was there a storyteller in the FNaF Pizzaplex, and do you think there will be another FNaF book series? There will probably be another book series at some point. I don't know when or what it will be. It seemed like they were going to do a series with the novelty books, and then they didn't end up doing that. Like, they started with Ticket to Fun, then they had Secret Artifacts, and then they canceled Secret Artifacts, which sucks, because that was an awesome concept for a book. I was really excited for that. But yeah, I don't know. If there's a storyteller in the Pizzaplex or not, I think it's possible. Because there is still a tree on the door to Glitch Trap in Princess Quest 1 and 4. So it's possible, but I don't know. It's 3:30? Yes, it is. So we're going to start watching the theories now. Okay, let me just... anniversary. They will reveal the new game and probably more stuff. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing for the 12-year anniversary. I hope they at least announce the next FNaF game by then. But who knows at this point. Ooh, wait a minute. I just realized something. June 29th was 3 weeks ago. On June 29th, they did the first spot the difference, spot the three differences thing, right? Today is July 20th, exactly 3 weeks later, and we got another one of those, another spot the three differences thing. 3 weeks from now is August 10th, which is 2 days after the anniversary. So it's possible that maybe in 2 weeks instead, or maybe like right before the anniversary, or maybe on the anniversary, we get a third and final spot the three differences thing, and then that will like lead into like a teaser for the next FNaF game for the anniversary or something like that. We do have less than 3 weeks before the FNaF anniversary, so like maybe the timeline doesn't match perfectly, but like I think that could be like what they do. Next game isn't releasing until at least 2027, so I'm not sure we'll get an announcement. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we will get another one. I don't think we'll get like another game this year or anything, but I would like a new announcement though. I think that would be great. Do you think the moon landing is real or fake? Probably real, but I don't give a shit. Always bet on Abyss release October 11th, 2026. Maybe that 2 or not 3 game will be some sort of special anniversary game that's not mainline like Into the Pit. It's possible. Like an Into the Pit 2 where you follow like where it's a fetch game instead. So it's like it's like Fazbear Fright's game number 2, where it's a fetch game instead of like after Into the Pit, right? I don't think they'll do that, but it's possible. Reactions every you're getting shot. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting about that. I'm just responding to what's already here. I had one other thing to say before we started. Right. Okay, I'm gonna pull this up now. But before we start this, the last thing I want to say is that somebody I don't remember who it was or if you're in chat right now if you said it, but somebody in the comments of my recent Pizzaplex MCI video, that theory where I talked about the idea of making a game based on the teenagers from the epilogues, somebody commented mentioning the fact that I referred to the Mimic story as the Mimic story part 1 in the books, the epilogues part 2, and the Storyteller Part 3. And in the games, we have Secret of the Mimic Part 1 and Part 3, which is like the whole Pizzaplex security breach, that saga. So we don't have Part 2 yet. And the fact that Scott mentioned we have a 2, not a 3, could mean that we're getting a Part 2 to the Mimic saga, since we already have Part 1 and 3. So that's a theory somebody mentioned in my comments. I don't know if I believe that, but it's an interesting way to look at it. I don't know if like Scott and Steele will have the same mindset about the part 1, 2, and 3 of the Mimic story as I do. Like maybe they don't have that same perspective, but I think it could make sense. Is that the Abyss? Maybe. Anyway, I think now it's time to watch the series. It is 3:36, and I can stream until probably about 5:30, maybe 6. So we have about 2 hours to watch a 34-minute theory, or 35-minute theory, a 24-minute theory, and a 20-minute theory. So we should probably get cracking. Let's go. This is the original story of FNaF Security Breach by FNaF, and it is 34 minutes and 50 seconds. Let's go.
I had a specific story for this in mind. okay, for Security Breach. I really did. And it is very different than the one that got in the game. And
he started his theory basically the same way that I started my recent one too.
So as we're building the game, I get an email from Scott. It says, "Hey, put this stuff in the game. Examine it as a producer would do." And I said, "I have no idea what any of this means." He goes, "Yep, put it in the game. Don't worry. I know."
Scott Cawthon is super secretive when it comes to the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's, and in order to keep everything a secret, he didn't tell Steelwool the story of Security Breach. Instead, he only gave them pieces of the story he was trying to tell.
I was trying to tell Steelwool to do specific things throughout the game, have specific characters do certain things, meanwhile not telling them what the story plot was.
Because of this, Steelwool, in an effort to flesh out the game, started filling in the blanks themselves.
That didn't work out very well because they got all of these pieces and they thought it was their job to connect them in a way that made sense.
So what we got on launch day was a game that featured the pieces of Scott's original story and the story that Steelwool created to fill in the blanks.
And so really what you ended up having were the same pieces but telling completely different stories.
This whole situation is fascinating to me, so I spent the last few months researching and analyzing Security Breach in order to find Scott's pieces of the game, all in an effort to figure out Scott's original story for Security Breach. Let's get started. The first thing we need to do is find the pieces of Security Breach that belong to Scott, and there's actually a couple we already know about. Right before Security Breach released in December of 2021, Dawko did an interview with Steelwool Studios, where J-Top and Ray revealed that most of the arcade skins in the game came from Scott and his team.
One thing that you've already called out, like in videos, so far, is noticing the arcade skins in the background.
Yes.
There are a lot.
There's a lot.
And the majority of them came from Scott. And he's got a team of artists, right?
This is important because not only do the arcade machines have references to every corner of the FNaF franchise, a lot of them also show GGY at the top of the leaderboards. This ends up being a major part of the story that we will come back to later. The next piece of Scott's original story...
Also, the fact that there's... Hold on. The fact that there is a Freddy in Space arcade, which has Scott's head in a jar... This just makes me hope even more that in 2030, we get a new Freddy in Space game that is Freddy in Space 1, the full game. Because in FNaF World, we played the unfinished FNaF Freddy in Space game, but we didn't get the full version of it. I hope in 2030, which is the year that it said we would get Freddy in Space, the year that it said Freddy in Space would come out in FNaF World, I hope in 2030 we actually get a full version of Freddy in Space. I've said this before, and I'll say it 50 more times just to pray Scott does this. I feel like that would be so fun.
A lot of them also show GGY at the top of the leaderboards. This ends up being a major part of the story that we will come back to later. The next piece of Scott's original story actually comes from Scott himself. In the interview with Dawko, Scott revealed that in his version of the story, Burn Trap was never supposed to move.
When it comes to Burn Trap, originally, Burn Trap was never supposed to move. He was supposed to just be something you saw in the corners, or like if you were walking past machinery, you might be able to peek in between two things and see him in the corner or propped up against a wall, almost like some kind of decaying movie prop.
This is one of many things that Scott revealed in this interview, so I'll be referring back to this interview throughout the video. The next piece of Scott's original story that I'm going to include are the Tales from the Pizzaplex books. While I don't think they're in the same continuity as the games, I do think Scott was using them to point us in the right direction after Security Breach.
For sure, yeah.
So I think it's fair to use them at least as supporting evidence. So far, we have a decent amount of pieces, but those ones were actually the easy ones for me to figure out. These next pieces are definitely the biggest ones and required a lot more research. In my hunt to figure out what parts of Security Breach belong to Scott, my biggest breakthrough came from a website called voices.com. If you don't know already, back when Scott was making the FNaF
that's where
on his
Scott
own,
gets
he
the
used
voice actors
to find and hire voice actors.
What were the ones that there was? I think there was Kid in a Box or something was one of them, right?
This is how he found most, if not all of the voice actors for his games, including for Security Breach. This is interesting because even though Scott was no longer making the games, he still personally chose and worked with some of the voice actors for Security Breach. I say some because in my research I found that out of all of the voice actors in Security Breach, Scott himself only hired 3 of them using voices.com. So by figuring out what voice actors Scott personally worked with, we can figure out what parts of the story likely belong to him. According to voices.com, the first voice actor that Scott hired for Security Breach was Matthew Curtis. And what's interesting about
He does Nightmare Balloon Boy and Music Man, I believe.
is that Matthew's voice doesn't even show up in the game. It shows up in the trailer.
Yes, he's
for the
Afton,
game.
right,
Matthew
yeah.
was hired around January 28th, 2021. 1 month before the first gameplay trailer for Security Breach. In this trailer, we heard this voice for the first time.
When I first found you.
Fuck. Well, I would say they said that they were trying to put it together as a story, meaning that there was a full story that was planned, and there was a full story that was made using Scott's story elements. So they are different stories, but they have the same elements, so he's basically just trying to figure out which ones from the games are different in the original version. I mean, obviously that's what he's doing, but I'm just saying, like, it makes sense.
You were nothing.
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want.
This was the first and the last time.
And
we heard
if
his
you
character,
fail
and
me-
it turns out that even Matthew himself had no idea what character he was voicing. When a fan asked him if the character was William Afton, he responded, "Honestly, I don't know. I was never given a character name, but was told to expect more to do as the character in the future. It never panned out." This is yet another example of how secretive Scott was being about the story. Judging by Scott's review on Matthew's page saying, "Great working with Matthew, super fast turnaround," I am fully convinced that all of the voice lines in this trailer were written by Scott. And on top of that, even the style of this trailer is very similar to how Scott used to
for
make
sure.
his trailers back in the day.
Scott, try that!
It's just like an old FNaF trailer, I'm gonna cry. It's just like an old FNaF trailer! In my opinion, it seems like Scott was heavily involved in the making of this trailer, but to be fair, Matthew isn't the only one speaking in the trailer. We also get some lines from Vanessa, voiced by Heather Masters.
Gregory, we can get you out of here. You and me together.
Even though there's no proof that Heather was also hired using voices.com, she's already been working with Scott for years at this point, so I don't think he would need to use voices.com to hire her.
Yeah.
So I think it's safe to assume that if Matthew's lines were written by Scott, Heather's lines probably were too. So the first gameplay trailer of Security Breach is officially deemed a Scott piece of the story, but that's not all. We still have 2 voice actors left that were hired by Scott using voices.com, and they are easily the most important. According to voices.com, the final 2 voice actors that Scott hired for Security Breach were Leah Voicey and Penny Balfour, 2 of the therapists from the retro CDs. As you probably know, the therapy CDs are the most lore-filled part of the game, so the fact that they could have been 100% written by Scott would be a huge reveal. So I
I
needed to
think a couple of the other ones were actors that were also in, like, previous games. Like, I think Ballora is one of them.
that I was right about this. Scott could have easily hired and worked with all of the voice actors for Security Breach, and only used voices.com to find some of them. So, in order to figure this out, I watched every single interview, panel, and Q&A from every voice actor in Security Breach to learn who hired them and who they specifically worked with, Scott or Steel Wool. Here's what I found. Marcus Fedek, who voices Gregory, Vanny, and Roxy, has mentioned being hired by Steel Wool and also working directly with Steel Wool.
I met somebody who ended up then later coming on board with Steel Wool Studios. He asked me to audition for Roxanne and Gregory.
It's really cool working with the Steel Wool guys because it's easy to be comfortable working with them. Yeah.
You know, you met them. Like,
Yeah,
they're just,
Steel
like,
are
J-Top,
amazing.
Ryan.
The same goes for Cameron Miller, who voices Monty.
I was doing things on stage. My director is actually married to one of the producers at Steel Wolves. He goes, well, actually, we have this game if you want to audition for it.
When it comes to Kellen Goff, who voices Glamrock Freddy and Sun and Moon, things are slightly different. Kellen has stated that Scott personally hired him to voice Glamrock Freddy, but after he got the job, Scott sent him to work directly with Steel Wool.
Then I see this alligator. Maybe I could ask Scott if he's holding auditions for that one. He responded saying, actually, I had something else in mind for you. Would you like to read for Freddy? And I sent over what would be the first words of Glamrock Freddy, and he said, yep, that's it. I'm going to connect you with the Steel Wool guys.
I couldn't find any information about Heather Masters, who voices Vanessa in Glamrock Chica, but since she's also a veteran of the series, I think it's safe to assume she went through the same thing as Kellen. Hired on by Scott, but then was sent to work with Steel Wool. So basically, any line in the game that came from the Glamrocks, daycare attendant, Vanessa, Vanny, or Gregory were likely for the most part not entirely written by Scott, since all of the voice actors for these characters recorded their lines directly with Steel Wool. That then leaves Leah Voicey and Penny Balfour from the Therapy CDs. Maybe Scott did the same thing with them as he did with Kellen, hired them on and then sent them to work with Steel Wool to record their lines. But that's not the case, because after scrolling through 5 years worth of reviews on Leah Voicey's profile, I found a review left by Scott where he said Leah did great and nailed it on the first take. This heavily implies that he was the one that worked directly with Leah and Penny on the Therapy CDs.
Okay,
this
yeah.
is in addition to Scott saying Matthew Curtis had a super fast turnaround and Penny Balfour was a pleasure to work with. I am fully convinced that the Therapy CDs were written by Scott and are a piece of his original story for Security
Okay, yeah,
Breach.
that makes
What's
sense.
funny about this is that the Therapy CDs were a huge reason Security Breach was so confusing. But now with this new information, we know why it was so confusing. When the game first came out,
So basically he's saying that everything that's all of those things that Scott worked directly with, he was the one that controlled that stuff. The people that worked with Steel Wool specifically, or were passed on to Steel Wool, they were the ones that were judging what those characters were supposed to be doing. The ones that Scott worked with directly, he was obviously running it as if it was his, like, under his own vision. Meaning that whatever Steel Wool did with their characters was completely separate from what Scott was doing. So, in that case, then that means the Therapy CDs were the correct story, and they were confusing because the rest of the game didn't match them. I guess. I think that's what he's trying to say, and I think that makes sense.
we all played through it normally and got all of the endings. This was, for the most part, the Steel Wool portion of the game. Every voice line you heard was recorded with Steel Wool in the room, and most of the story beats you experienced were likely written by Steel Wool as well. It wasn't until you took that extra step at the end of the game to find and listen to the CDs that the story started to get confusing. This is the moment Scott's original story started clashing with Steel Wool's. So now that we have all of Scott's pieces of the game, let's figure out the story he was trying to tell. The main thing I learned while piecing this together is that the Therapy CDs are the foundation of Scott's story. Every single Scott piece of the game ties back into those CDs in some way, and here's how. There are 16 CDs, with 8 of them being therapy sessions with Vanessa, and the other 8 being therapy sessions with Gregory. In Vanessa's CDs, there's really only 2 big topics they touch on: Vanessa's traumatic childhood and a conversation she's been having with someone on her work computer. Let's start with her childhood.
Which makes sense. This also makes sense because those CDs match what we're told in the FNaF AR emails. Meaning, and those weren't done at all by Steel Wool. That was all Scott and Illumix. So the fact that they match what happens in Security Breach, which Steel Wool worked on, means that there has to be kind of like a buffer that worked on both of them to make sure that they were accurate. So like Scott would be the one that makes sure they align. So yeah, it makes sense that the CDs would be the most accurate part of Security Breach.
Vanessa has a dad named Bill, and when the therapist brings him up, Vanessa immediately gets uncomfortable.
I feel like I know your dad, too. Bill, right?
Drinking supper.
God damn it.
Just
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I try to do what I'm supposed to do.
We then learn about how Vanessa was manipulated by her dad when she was young.
I'm talking about the custody battle between your mum and your dad. Your dad didn't play fair, did he? He used to make your mum look bad in court. I suppose I don't need you to tell me it felt bad to have a parent scare you into saying things that weren't true. He manipulated you. It wasn't your fault.
Vanessa's dad forced her to lie about her mom in court so he could maintain custody of her. Vanessa's backstory is something people didn't really talk about for a while after the game came out. And this is because with her dad being named Bill, which is short for William, him being pure evil and manipulating his kid, and Vanessa's name in FNaF AR being Vanessa A, it seems that Vanessa might actually be an Afton. This was almost immediately written off by people because Vanessa didn't really exist in the story until now. As far as we knew, Afton only had 3 kids, Michael, Elizabeth, and the crying child. But then,
Wrong order,
2
but
years
yeah.
after Security Breach, the FNaF movie came out, featuring a character named Vanessa who looks exactly like Vanessa in the games and is the daughter of William Afton. But it doesn't stop there. We get another therapy CD about Vanessa's dad, where the therapist gives her advice on how to deal with her trauma.
Are you talking about your dad? You can't just ignore an issue. You have to face your memory of the experiences and process them so you can let it go, so you don't get triggered anymore.
The therapist tells her to face the memory of her traumatic experiences with her dad so she can process them and let them go. This is the exact same advice Vanessa is given in the FNaF 2 movie.
You remember how I would use my dreams to confront what happened with Garrett? It really helped me a lot. I think it can help you too.
You have to face your memory of the experiences and process them so you can let it go.
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't like doing that.
She then literally faces the traumatic memories with her dad head on in an effort to overcome them. In the games, we learn that Vanessa's dad is extremely possessive of her, with him making her lie in court so he can maintain custody of her. This extremely possessive trait is also something we see from Afton in the movies.
You will always be mine. You shall always be mine.
This is where the first piece of Scott's original story comes into play, and it's something he said in his interview with Dawko. Scott revealed that he told Steelwool to put specific items in specific places.
I was trying to tell Steelwool to do specific things throughout the game. Put specific items in specific places. Have specific characters do certain things.
Well, when it comes to putting specific items in specific places, the only Scott piece of the game that's put in a very specific place are the therapy CDs, which were put in the Afton's living room from sister location. Scott goes on to say this.
In my head, I was thinking, okay, when people find this, they will connect this to this to this, and it will all be revealed.
Maybe he thought when we found the Afton's living room, we'd connect it to the CDs and therefore connect Vanessa and her dad, William, to the Aftons. When Dawko interviewed Steelwool, he asked
that makes
them
sense.
if there would be any Easter eggs in the game, in which Ray McCaffrey responded,
"Will there be any Easter eggs in Security Breach?"
As we're building the game, I get an email from Scott. It says, "Hey, put this stuff in the game. Examine it as a producer would do." And I say, "I have no idea what any of this means." He goes, "Yeah, put it in the game. Don't worry. I know."
To me, it sounds like he's talking about the Afton's living room from sister location and the therapy CDs. Dawko specifically asked about Easter eggs, and the Afton living room is a huge Easter egg in the game. But at the same time, the therapy CDs in that room were likely something sent to them by Scott with no explanation.
I have no idea what any of this means. He goes, "Yeah, put it in the game."
The next huge piece of Scott's original
That
story
makes sense, yeah.
involves the second topic in
I can
Vanessa's
agree with
therapy
that.
CDs. The conversation she's having with some...
See, like I said, I'm not fully convinced that Vanessa is Afton's daughter specifically, but her being an Afton, like possibly Afton's daughter, or possibly Michael's daughter or something, I think makes sense with it being in this room. Because, yeah, it's the Afton living room overall, but it's also the room that we see Michael in specifically, so it could kind of go either way, whether it's Afton or Michael. Obviously, the Bill thing makes it make sense for Afton, but it just depends on the timeline and how that all works together, right? So it just depends. But I think either one could work, and I think it definitely makes sense, and I definitely agree with it being placed here to connect her to the Aftons overall. And I agree with what he said about how Scott putting stuff in the games in a specific place. This is definitely one of those examples, yeah.
One on her work computer. These conversations are brought up 3 separate times by 3 separate therapists. This is because every time a therapist brings up the conversations, they're swapped out.
A routine check of your online history has revealed that you've spent quite a bit of time with someone in an encrypted conversation. Hi, go ahead, sit down.
I don't know you. What happened to...
Oh, we'll get to know each other in no time.
This happens 4 times over the 16 CDs, totaling 5 different therapists. The first 3 voiced by Michelle Moss, and the final 2 voiced by Leah Voicey and Penny Balfour. The therapists tell Vanessa that whoever she's talking to has hacked into her personal files.
This person who's been sending you messages has been hacking into your personal files too. These are the same files I have here. This person who is contacting you knows a lot about you.
They also tell Vanessa that it looks like this person is manipulating her.
The messages you're getting seem
very manipulative in nature.
With that in mind, let's move on to Gregory's therapy CDs. And the thing about Gregory's is that he never actually says anything out loud in any of his 8 CDs.
So you're not talking to me again today. This isn't all that productive, you know.
The only reason we know that these belong to Gregory is because Scott confirmed it in the Tales from the Pizzaplex books. There's also multiple moments in the CDs where the therapist implies that they're talking to a child.
You don't want me to get in trouble, do you? I could be put in the corner for a timeout. Yeah, you think that's funny, huh?
But there's also another way I think Scott intended for us to figure this out. And that's through the next piece of Scott's story, the arcade skins he gave to Steel Wool. Like we established earlier, most of the arcade skins for the game came from Scott and his artists. And one thing about the arcade machines is that Gregory is at the top of the leaderboard on a lot of them. This is something we all overlooked until the story GGY from the Tales books was released. In the story GGY, we learned that Gregory is hacking into the arcade machines at the Pizzaplex in order to get the highest scores. And wouldn't you know, one of the main things we learn about Patient 46 is that they're an extremely skilled hacker.
I'm surprised by your knowledge of computers. You're something of a phenom. Do you know what that word means? It means you have unusual skill, like a hacker.
Since Patient 46 never speaks in the therapy CDs, Scott maybe thought we'd figure out their identity by learning that Patient 46 is a hacker, and then connecting that to Gregory's absurdly high scores on the arcade machines.
That makes sense.
Even though it definitely seems far-fetched, I honestly can't think of any other reason Scott would put Gregory at the top of the leaderboard. But anyways, back to Gregory's therapy CDs. After revealing that Gregory is a hacker, the therapist brings up an encrypted conversation that Gregory is having with someone.
They say you were in communication with someone. The texts say it looked to them like it was an attempt to manipulate you.
Then the therapist reveals that Gregory wasn't the one being manipulated in these conversations, he was the one doing the manipulating.
Thing is, when I read the communications, I get something different out of them. I don't think you're being manipulated here. I think you're the one doing the manipulating.
So we have Vanessa, who's being manipulated by someone in an encrypted conversation, and then we have Gregory, who is manipulating someone in an encrypted conversation. This is Scott
so clearly they're
telling us that Gregory is the one communicating with and manipulating Vanessa. Like I said earlier, every time a therapist brought up these encrypted conversations, they were swapped out. And in the Tales books, Scott revealed that this was because of Gregory. Gregory would lure each therapist to the Pizzaplex to have them killed. This is something that Scott heavily hinted towards in the therapy CDs as well. In the therapy CDs, Gregory is being told that the therapists are showing up dead, and he doesn't care.
Apparently, all 3 of your former therapists have gone missing. One of them was found dead. That doesn't seem to upset you. Well, then I guess I'll go ahead and tell you that the woman's body was pretty messed up. That doesn't bother you either?
This screams to me that Gregory was fully under the control of Glitchtrap, and this was basically confirmed in the books as well. Gregory's nickname in the books is literally the wizard's most favored apprentice. So not only is he under the control of Glitchtrap, he's talking to and manipulating Vanessa on the behalf of Glitchtrap. Scott brings up these conversations so many times in the therapy CDs, so they must be important.
And I think in the same way that, like, in It, Pennywise goes after kids because they're easier to scare, it's kind of like that, where Gregory is easier to manipulate by Glitchtrap because he's a kid, so he's not as mentally strong or whatever. So that's why he prefers using him over Vanessa because Vanessa's like more grown up and easy and like more mentally fortified, if that makes sense, right?
Which leads into our next question.
So she's harder to
What
manipulate
were Gregory
than
and
Gregory
Vanessa
is.
talking about in these conversations?
Which is
Well,
why
what
he
if I
needs
told-
which is why he needs Gregory to like keep an eye on her and make sure she's doing what she's told.
many times in the therapy CDs, so they must be important. Which leads into our next question. What were Gregory and Vanessa talking about in these conversations? Well, what if I told you that we've already heard a piece of these conversations 7 years ago? On October 23rd, 2019, we got the Curse of Dreadbear DLC for Help Wanted. In this DLC, we get our first look at the Vanny mask, and if you put it on while at the prize counter, you can hear Vanessa start to have a conversation with someone. In this conversation, she talks about the Vanny costume that she's creating.
Yes, I hear you.
So is he gonna say that Gregory was the one she's talking to instead of Glitchtrap? I don't think that makes quite as much sense because it's a Glitchtrap plushie, but like I get that, like why he would come to that conclusion.
There's
Yeah.
miscommunication. I understand. No one suspects anything. Yes, I have it. I made it myself. I think you would like it.
This is the conversation that's brought up multiple times in the therapy CDs where Gregory is manipulating Vanessa. I know this because Vanessa is also confronted about this Vanny costume in the therapy CDs. But once that happens, she says this.
It looks like you were shopping for a costume. What was that? Did you say the costume is a secret?
I can't talk about this. He said he would always be watching. He could be here, or there, or anywhere in between.
On top of all of that, after doing a little bit of research, I found that the voice actor for these specific lines from Help Wanted, Jesse Tang, was also hired by and worked directly with Scott, just like the therapists in the CDs. With him saying Jessica was terrific, she took direction well, and turnaround was very fast. So the idea that this conversation from Help Wanted and the therapy CDs are connected would make sense considering they were both directly written by Scott. These conversations were a huge part of Scott's original story, but it doesn't stop there. There's another piece of security breach that I believe belongs to Scott that we haven't talked about yet. In the therapy CDs, Gregory takes an ink blot test.
I saw some ink blot test results in your file. I like ink blot tests. You want to do one?
Gregory then takes the ink blot and says this.
How about this one? What do you see? You think it's a mask? Like a disguise? You like the idea of being disguised? Disguises let you be sort of invisible, don't they? You can get away with almost anything when you're invisible, can't you? Yeah. You like that idea?
Not only does Gregory see a mask, he specifically added the line, disguises let you be sort of invisible. You can get away with almost anything when you're invisible. Why would Scott include this? Because it directly connects to one of the only times we see Vanny in Security Breach.
What was that?
That is a fountain.
Not the fountain. You didn't see the dancing rabbit lady right in front of us?
No, I did not.
Vanny is literally invisible when she's wearing the Vanny mask.
Yes, I have it. I think you would like it.
You like the idea of being disguised?
Okay, yeah.
You can get away with almost anything when you're invisible, can't you?
This is something Scott doubled down on in Ruin. Whenever Cassie puts on the Vanny mask, she literally becomes invisible to the animatronics. And for those people who, rightfully so, say that the Vanny mask and the Vanny costume look completely different, Scott and Steelwool included this scene in Ruin to clear that up.
It's Gregory. Hey, she's wearing my mask.
This was very clearly shoehorned into the game to answer the question of, is the Vanny mask and the Vanny costume the same thing? And it turns out that even though
I
they look
don't
different,
really think
they
so.
are the same thing. Like we talked about
I think they're
earlier,
definitely
Scott
meant to be
told
different.
Steelwool to put specific items in specific places in Security Breach. But he also told them to do specific things throughout the game and have specific characters do certain things. I think this is what he was talking about. Scott telling Steelwool to put this specific scene in the game makes sense, considering it directly links to what he wrote in the therapy CDs. So now that we know that Gregory was fully under the control of Glitchtrap, a lot of pieces start falling into place. Gregory the hacker is the one who hacked into Vanessa's personal files.
It means you have unusual skill, like a hacker. This person who's been sending you messages has been hacking into your personal files too.
He did this to keep tabs on Vanessa's sessions, to make sure that she's not saying too much about their conversations. parents. We also learn in the CDs that Gregory completely lied about having a traumatic childhood.
None of what you said in your file about your parents was true. The truth is, you had great parents, a great childhood. Why did you lie?
I think he lied about his past so he could have a reason to meet with the therapist. He's actually a normal kid that had a great childhood, but by pretending he has childhood trauma, he's able to get in with the same therapist as Vanessa. And if he finds out that Vanessa told them too much, he'd kill them off. In Vanessa's last 2 therapy tapes, we learn that she's about to be transferred to work at the Pizzaplex.
I understand you'll be transferring to a different location soon.
After Vanessa was transferred, we learn that Gregory was spotted talking to Vanny at the Pizzaplex.
I have this still shot the text pulled from the security footage that recorded you in the Pizzaplex. You're talking to someone or something. What are those things? They almost look like rabbit ears.
After only speaking through encrypted conversations, Vanessa and Gregory are now at the Pizzaplex talking in person. This was obviously supposed to be the big twist of the game. Gregory wasn't this random kid who just so happened to get trapped in the Pizzaplex. He was working with Vanny the whole time. And Scott actually had this planned since the beginning. Earlier, we figured out that Scott personally hired and worked with the voice actors for the first gameplay trailer for Security Breach. And you can hear presumably Glitchtrap say this.
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will. Both of you burn!
Yeah, so it's
The both of
Vanny
you line
and Gregory.
was always
Yeah, okay.
confusing, but knowing what we know now, both of you was referencing Vanessa and Gregory, who were both under the control of Glitchtrap. Gregory being under the control of Glitchtrap is obviously a big twist, but there's another piece of Scott's original story that I believe was going to be a bigger twist. In Help Wanted, one of the only lines of dialogue that Glitchtrap has is this. This is him repeating a line that was said by Tape Girl.
Hello? Can you hear me?
This led people to believe that Scott had some version of the Mimic AI in mind since Help Wanted, and I think that's entirely
Yeah.
possible.
Not
considering
possible,
what we
like,
learned from
definitely.
the therapy CDs. There's one line from the therapy CDs that I haven't seen many people talk about, and it's something the therapist says to Gregory.
Is it the electronics you like? I saw in your file that you have developed software programs that talk to you and repeat phrases, right? The program asks you questions and prompts you for responses.
What? Gregory has developed software programs that talk to him and repeat phrases. If we take this line literally, it seems to be heavily implying that Gregory created some version of what we now.
I don't remember that line, but that reminds me a lot of the Twisted Ones, where Charlie makes little robots like that. That like can kind of like talk to you and talk to each other. Just like a few words, but like reminds you of that.
Now know as the Mimic AI. Obviously, this did not end up being the case because we have Edwin, but when Scott originally wrote these CDs, could that have been the plan? It's definitely not impossible, especially since Scott has explored this concept before. What we've learned over the years is that sometimes Scott will introduce a concept in a previous book or game, and then years later reuse it for something else. For example, the entire concept and story of the Mimic was explored by Scott before FNaF even existed, in Chipper and Sons Lumber Co. Quote, "There comes a time when all a beaver's rage and sorrow are poured into something and it becomes stronger than himself. It reminds me of the time that I built an exact duplicate of myself with fur and everything, but the silly thing didn't realize that it was a lumber bot and tried to take over the place. I had to whack it with a shovel and bury it. Can you imagine a robot thinking he was the real thing? Ha, bleep bloop, whoa, excuse me." Obviously, Scott has themes and story ideas that he's been fascinated by for a long time, including the idea of a rogue AI program. And the themes surrounding Gregory are no exception to that. The concept of a child prodigy creating an AI that was built to talk and repeat phrases is another idea Scott has explored before. In the Silver Eyes trilogy,
Yes.
Charlie is a
There you go.
child prodigy who invents an AI that talks to itself and learns on its own. She put the AI into 2 endoskeleton heads that repeat, "Hello, you, I, you are, am I?" When Charlie's friend asks her what she's programming them to do, she responds, "I'm not exactly programming them to do anything. I'm helping them to learn on their own. This is the one and only time this is brought up in the entire book series, which makes me think that this was Scott testing out the idea of an extremely talented kid creating a rogue AI program. Although he never expanded upon it in the Silver Eyes, I think he could have been picking it back up with Gregory. But there's one detail that could make or break this.
It could also just be that, like, Edwin still invented the Mimic, but Gregory, like, built a smaller version of it or something somehow.
Whole explanation. If Gregory was already under the control of Glitchtrap when he made the program, Glitchtrap obviously made him create it, and I think that probably is the case. The therapist says that while Gregory was talking to the program, it sounded like someone started responding to him.
When I study this, it sounds like there is someone else responding to you. Who is it?
I think this program was how he would communicate with Glitchtrap or Vanessa. Although that line about Gregory creating essentially the Mimic AI is super weird. And until we get an explanation, those are the two possible ways I think it could be.
Could be like the Mimic possessed him to, like, duplicate him in a way. Like, possess Gregory and then made Gregory build more of himself. Or something, somehow.
Interpreted. Now it's time to talk about arguably the biggest thing we learned about Scott's original story. Burntrap was never supposed to move, and based on what Scott is saying, it seems like he was almost supposed to be an Easter egg. Like if you look between two objects, you'll see Burntrap just chilling in the corner. Scott said that Burntrap did have a specific purpose, but he decided not to share it.
And you never fully understood what his purpose was. And he had a very specific purpose, and I'm not going to say what that purpose was, but realistically, he never moved.
So in order to understand what Burntrap is, we first need to understand what Glitchtrap is. There is a lot of debate about if Glitchtrap is the actual spirit of William Afton, or if it's just the Mimic program mimicking William Afton. And I think it's a little bit of both. In the Doco interview, Scott actually shared his thoughts on Glitchtrap by saying,
I love the character, but I can't help my inclinations to lean sci-fi. So anything that involves possession of AI or possession of machines or circuitry, I love that sort of thing. So I love the idea of Glitchtrap.
I think Scott was being pretty clear when he said that Glitchtrap is the result of a spirit possessing an AI program. And I think that AI is the Mimic program, and the spirit possessing it is William Afton.
I don't think that means a spirit.
It's very clear that
it could just be like
wanted out of the VR game.
Something possessing it, just like agony or something, still works as possession of AI.
It wants to escape through someone plugged into this game. That's, you know.
Whoa.
Damn it.
What's that? Nina just built.
He wanted to re-enter the physical world, and at the time, his only way of doing that was through Vanessa. But now that Glitchtrap was successfully controlling Vanessa, he had a new goal, and this goal can be heard in Scott's security breach trailer.
You will do as I say. You will bring me what I want. And if you fail me, then you will. Both of you burn!
He wants Vanessa and Gregory to bring him something, and I think that something is what we see at the end of the trailer.
There is more
that too.
than you realize.
Glitchtrap wants a physical body to inhabit, but not just any physical body, his body. The Pizzaplex just so happens to be built on top of the FNaF 6 pizzeria, where Afton's corpse lies. This shot with the purple lighting and everything feels like it's screaming at us that Afton is back. I genuinely think Burntrap was, and maybe still is, actually William Afton's corpse. And the reason we were supposed to see glimpses of him propped up against a wall and lifeless is because Vanessa hasn't put Glitchtrap into it yet. Seeing a lifeless Burntrap as an Easter egg might have acted as a hint towards what Vanessa was up to at the Pizzaplex.
There is more going on here than you realize.
This is what I think Scott's original idea for Burntrap was. Is it still true? I honestly think
it could also just be I think one of my friends mentioned this in a group chat. I think it was Century, but I think one of my friends mentioned that it's possible that it is Afton's body, but he was never meant to move, to show that we're gonna go down to the pizza place and then find Burntrap as Afton's body, and he will be lifeless. Like, Burntrap, Afton, would not be moving because he's dead. So it would be like, oh, this is proving that Afton isn't isn't Glitch Trap. Afton is dead. Glitch Trap is something else. I could see that too. And I think that I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but I think it's possible that that's what it's trying to say, and that maybe Steel will interpret it as more like, okay, we'll have Vanessa put Glitch Trap in Burn Trap to show it wasn't Afton before, now it's the Glitch Trap, the Mimic, possessing him to bring him back to life in a way. Rather than it proving it is Afton, it's proving it's not Afton, and it's just the Mimic instead. And I think that works pretty much just as well as what he's saying.
So, Scott's original idea for Burn Trap was. Is it still true? I honestly think so, and that's because of what we see in Help Wanted 2. In one of the endings, we see Glitch Trap's hand coming out of the charging pod in the exact same way Burn Trap's did, obviously connecting Glitch Trap to Burn Trap. And then in the Princess Quest ending, a giant Vanny crushes Glitch Trap in her hands. Help Wanted 2 kind of felt like the we're sorry for bringing Afton back again, so let's get rid of him real quick game. In my interview with Steelwolf Studios, J-Top made it very clear that this was the end for Glitch Trap.
This is, the end of Glitch Trap.
So it is the end of Glitch Trap. Squished. Gone.
Yep. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. This really feels like them moving on from the William Afton part of Glitch Trap, so we can now focus on the Mimic AI part of Glitch Trap. What's interesting to me about the things I found while researching for this video is that it all could still be true. Things like Gregory being under the control of Glitch Trap and working with Vanny, Vanessa maybe being an Afton, Gregory creating a version of the Mimic AI, and Burn Trap literally being Afton's corpse reanimated by Glitch Trap are all things that could still be true in the current story. But my biggest takeaway from this is that Security Breach could really benefit from a solid prequel. Imagine a game where we learn how Gregory fell under the control of Glitch Trap, and how Gregory broke free from Glitch Trap's control, with the game ending right where Security Breach begins. I want you to know that I could be wrong about literally everything I talked about in this video. Scott is the only one who knows what story he was trying to tell, so don't take everything I said here as fact. Despite the communication issues surrounding Security Breach, the story that was presented in that game is the story we've got. And the most recent games seem to prove that Scott and Steelwool are back on the same page.
Me and Steelwool got together, we were like, look, all that matters now is making things right by the fan base. And anything that we do going forward that continues that story or has those same themes, I think we're just going to be in a much, much better situation to continue on.
I just thought it would be fun to try and figure out for myself what Scott's original story for Security Breach was. Subscribe if you enjoyed, and thanks for watching.
Alright. I don't agree with everything, but I do think that was a good video. It was well put together. And I think I agree with a lot of what he said. Not everything, but a lot. Alright, now we're going to move on to Unwhere the Truth's new video, which I think is about Cassidy, and it's called The Untold Story of FNAF's Most Bizarre Character. It's 24 minutes and 24 seconds long, so I'm curious what he's going to say, so let's watch. FNAF Hall of Mysteries.
In all of FNAF, there is one character who nobody can agree on. Sure, we've got our disagreements about timeline placement, or maybe which animatronics should or shouldn't have buttons, but if you really want to start an argument, just throw the name Cassidy into a discussion like a grenade and run. This entity exists in a constant flow state between multiple interpretations. Feels like you need a FNAF degree to line up all your beliefs in a shorthand before even starting a conversation.
Before we begin, I want you to understand that I subscribe to Golden Cassahisi.
Ah, I see. Well, I find Cassidy Andrews' Toy Shank Runaway to be quite compelling myself.
As I started writing this video, I found I was spending most of the word count explaining why I didn't think that Puppet Cassidy Aftonberger or whatever was correct, instead of actually presenting my theory. So, in respect to your time and making this video watchable, I'm not claiming to have solved anything. I won't be able to answer.
Where was the Gibby cameo? Was he Toy Freddy or something? What happened? I did not notice a Gibby.
Every question and square every circle. I am simply presenting some very interesting pieces of evidence I've found that might make you view this quantum superposition of a character in a new light.
The Cassidy Conundrum, Part 1, My Name. I
Let's
assume it's
start
going to
by
be
going
about
through
the
everything we
logbook.
know about Cassidy from the game's timeline, which isn't much, because pretty much everything comes from the survival
poster?
logbook.
Ah.
In this book, as I'm sure you're well aware, we're shown two spirits communicating back and forth throughout the pages of Michael Afton's workbook from sometime around FNaF 3. Cassidy's name comes from decoding a puzzle which occurs across several pages where she writes my name in faded text. I say she because only a few months after the survival logbook's release, the concluding entry to the FNaF novel trilogy, The Fourth Closet, included a girl with long black hair named Cassidy counted amongst that continuity's MCI. Alongside her, we were introduced to an unnamed little boy in a black and white striped shirt who cries, which to me shows the character of Crying Child and Cassidy being separate entities. In the word search on page 58 of the survival logbook, it seems that the Crying Child spirit
That
is
kid was
trying to
probably
communicate
Gabriel
with
or Fritz,
Cassidy,
though.
asking,
Not
"Who
Fritz,
are you and what is
Gabriel
your
or
name?"
Jeremy.
Which is presumably why Cassidy uses parts of unaltered text in the word search to provide the answer. Cassidy also communicates back to the Crying Child by asking him questions about his life, with the very first thing she writes being, "What do you remember?" It seems that throughout the logbook, Cassidy is trying to help Bite Victim remember who he is by prompting him to piece together his own memories. But here's something you've probably forgotten to ask. How does Cassidy know all this about the Crying Child? The community has sort of swept this question under the rug over the years, hand-waving it away with yada yada ghost powers, but for a moment, let's consider that there might be more to understand about Cassidy given how much she knows about the kid who seems to have been killed years before her. Take a closer look at some of the things she asked the Crying Child throughout the logbook. Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? This is an explicit reference to FNaF 4's Nightmares, where we see a purple and blue telephone toy as one of 3 important items laid out on the floor. So, Cassidy has somehow seen or is aware of this toy and its connection to the Crying Child. On page 83, next to a picture of Bonnie jamming out on his guitar surrounded by musical notes, Cassidy asks, "Is this song familiar to you?" This one's a bit more subtle, but it's actually a reference to the Fredbear and Friends TV show in FNaF 4, which, if you'll remember, was the only in-game 1983 reference. And on that TV show, we see this exact image, but in 8-bit. On page 75, when the book presents us with an image of the Fredbear plush, Cassidy asks, "Does he still talk to you?" This one is particularly interesting. Not only is Cassidy aware of the Crying Child having spoken to the Fredbear plush, something other characters in FNaF 4 are seemingly oblivious to, but that this character may still have the ability to commune with him in the afterlife. If we are right about this book being around FNaF 3, then he's been dead for over 30 years at this point. Why would his imaginary friend still talk to him? And why would Cassidy bring it up? Surely she could just ask if he remembers his friend or something like that. But you see, it's this question that led fellow theorist T. Dreads and I to uncovering Cassidy's secret connection to not only the Fredbear plush, but all of Crying Child's memories. You see, Cassidy isn't just helping Crying Child because they happen to bump into each other on the flip side. She's putting him back together because it's what she was made to do.
Are they going to say Cassidy's the player of FNaF World? Because that's a theory I brought up once, a while ago, but...
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend with a plush. I said at the start of this video that I don't want to spend the whole time defending against counter theories, so I'm just going to present all the ways that Scott has been beating us over the head with William and Fredbear plush connections since FNaF 4. To start, in Sister Location we have a Fredbear plush with a handheld device next to the Nightmare Chamber screens. Some people think it's a walkie-talkie, but I personally think it's a remote, symbolically representing that the Fredbear plush is the one in control of the experiments. Whether you believe it's a walkie-talkie or remote isn't really important.
Yeah, I think it's like, I think it's both. I think it's the 16 cameras for each of the 16 rooms in FNaF 4 and a walkie-talkie for Afton to speak through it.
Because either way, it shows that Afton equals the Fredbear plush. In the story Didophobia, which I'll have a lot to say about later, the Fredbear plush is actually replaced by a small bunny rabbit toy to further drive this symbolism home. We also have the designs of the Funtime animatronics themselves, who I think each represent a member of the Afton family. In this lineup, Funtime Freddy would represent the Crying Child, and what does he happen to have on his hand? A small bunny puppet who's telling him what to do. Later, in Ultimate Custom Night,
Toy Chica is William Afton.
In the final line of dialogue spoken in all of UCN's cutscenes, in a scene set by the tree under which the Crying Child is buried, Toy Chica says,
"But tomorrow is another day.
the
Yep.
Fredbear plush's signature catchphrase. The reason all of this is important is because presuming Afton is the plush, we can say for certain that he promises to put the crying child back together at the end of FNAF 4. But what does that actually mean? We see a weird meta abstraction of what that looks like in FNAF world, but what's literally happening on the flip side once you strip away all the crazy Scott Cawthonisms? What does being put back together actually entail? Our first hint at the mechanics behind putting someone back together comes from Sister Location, where Michael says that William specifically instructed him to do exactly that for his sister, Elizabeth. It seems that by this point in the timeline, William has in some way discovered the ability to interact with and manipulate the spiritual realm, as he and others have achieved in various ways across separate continuities. I have a whole theory as to what exactly Michael had to do to put Elizabeth back together, but it's a little complicated and I don't have time to go into it right now, but essentially I think it involves Michael having been injected with the remnant of Elizabeth and the MCI after he's scooped. Something similar happens in the fourth closet, where after having been injected with Remnant, Carlton can interact with the ghosts of the dead kids and helps put their broken pieces back together. However, as I went over in my last video, the circumstances surrounding the crying child's death are unique in that he lost his frontal lobe, which I argue means his breaking occurred before he ever flatlined. In Elizabeth's case, her remnant was being physically divided across multiple machines, which some people argue makes her situation completely different to the crying child. However, I think all of William's experimentation in the bunker was so that he could create a controlled environment in which he could learn the secrets of Remnant and recombining spirits. But you see, Crying Child's broken mind was a problem before he died, which means that reassembling him was a more arduous process than just gathering a bunch of soul juice and chucking it into Fredbear. Cece's ability to recall information was heavily damaged when he lost his frontal lobe, meaning there needed to be a much more hands-on approach to putting him back together. In FNAF World, we play as an entity who William says was made for one thing. William commands us through the spirit world to find the pieces of Crying Child and put them in place so that he can one day find his way back to his soul. And this is where Cassidy comes back in. Cassidy is who we play as in FNAF World. She was the one William
I've mentioned
made
this before.
to put the Crying Child back together. But this wasn't just as simple as finding a random kid and tapping them to go find some memories. Oh no. What I'm about to show you indicates that William specifically designed the perfect victim to help the Crying Child. And who's better to help you remember who you are than yourself?
What? Okay. I think I know where he's going with this. I think I saw like a comment on the video earlier that like is kind of giving me an idea of what he's gonna say here. I think I understand actually.
On a podcast discussing all the secrets of Sister Location, fellow theorist T-Dreads and I started to analyze the nightmare chambers as seen in the private room and the breaker room map. We noted that not only are the FNAF 4 nightmares labeled as observation rooms, but so too are the house and Fredbear's Family Diner from the daytime minigames. They have the exact same detailing as one another, with a little white dot to indicate where the observed experiment victim would be placed. We know from the story Didophobia that these rooms are not just torture chambers, but are specifically designed to place the experiment victim in a very particular mindset, one of a young child, scared of animatronics, who wears black and white stripes. What I am suggesting is that William designed these nightmare chambers, which include daytime sections with fake sunlight, to not only terrify a young child, but to prime them with the memories of his dead son. I think that Cassidy was the one William put through these chambers, forced to relive not only the crying child's life leading up to his death, but also his...
So he's saying that's why she would know about so much about his life in the logbook, because she had to relive his life, and that's why she knows what he went through.
Nightmares of these monstrous machines. Also that once William killed her inside a Golden Freddy, she would have everything she needed to put his son back together on the other side. Now, I'm sure that all of you want to point out that we hear the FNAF 1 phone call during FNAF 4 and that Michael draws Nightmare Fredbear in the logbook. Surely that means he is the one who experienced those nightmares, right? Well, yes and no. I don't think Michael ever actually experienced the experiments firsthand, but instead, what we play in FNAF 4 is Michael reliving Cassidy's traumatic memories. Earlier we went over how Michael, after having been scooped by...
Personally, I think that the bite victim is the one that went through the nightmares himself, and that then he inflicted them onto Mike, but This is an interesting idea, though.
Leonard is in contact with the spirit world, and thanks to
I've definitely
Remnant,
heard people say that Cassidy was the experiment victim before. I've never really believed it, but like I understand where he's coming from with this, like especially with the logbook stuff. It makes sense.
Put Elizabeth back together. What I would like to suggest is that the remnant of both Cassidy and the Crying Child were also in the mix. Golden Freddy seems to always follow around the other MCI victims, so if they're all smushed up and entered, it would explain why Yendo can't appear in the private room on night 5. In the survival logbook, we see that Michael is experiencing the nightmares around the time of FNaF 3, and later in the book he even helps Cassidy with her name word search puzzle, which doesn't really make much sense unless you consider his potential tie to the spirit world through all that leftover remnant. It also explains why these two spirits, who should be able to communicate on their own, are imprinting on Michael's logbook specifically. They are within him, so they are communicating through his possessions. The nightmares we play in FNaF 4 are dreams conjured by the remnant of the MCI, Crying Child, and Cassidy. None of the ghosts are literally the nightmares, but their experience is manifested by their remnant, which is why in Sister Location, Nightmare Fredbear and Nightmare are not real animatronics. Now to clarify, I don't think Nightmare is literally Cassidy's ghost, but is instead a manifestation of her pain, of her fears. Now, all of that might sound insane, and it is, but if we look back at the series through this fresh lens, everything starts falling neatly into place. For starters, we finally have a solid explanation for how Cassidy knows so much about Dave's life. It's not that she can just use ghost magic to bypass the broken memories, which would sort of undermine Dave's unique role in the story. Instead, when Cassidy asks her questions in the logbook, she's trying to identify the child she's supposed to help. As she does this, she's simultaneously filling in the gaps in his memory with the things William showed her in the experiment chambers. Was your favorite childhood toy a plastic purple telephone? Is this song familiar to you? Does he still talk to you? With this final question, Cassidy's not just asking if Crying Child has heard from William, she's asking if she's the only one who can hear him after death. If you're not convinced, take a look at the page directly across from the word search, which is clearly haunted by the Crying Child. It's a mirror. Fellow theorist Hyperdroid solved this particular puzzle by taking Crying Child's responses to some of Cassidy's prompts and then using them as coordinates in the Foxy grid. Then, if you reflect those letters, you get the answer D-A-V-E, making it so that these two pages provide the name of both spirits haunting the logbook. Both Cassidy and Dave share a reflection. What do you see? Cassidy. Cassidy was sent into the spirit world to help the Crying Child piece together his broken memories with the blanks left behind in her constructed experience. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. This is probably the most insane theory I've ever entertained, but there's actually even more evidence. In FNaF 3, throughout the minigames, which clearly represent memories of the Crying Child's experiences, we collect pieces of the MCI's souls, which culminate in Happiest Day, a minigame where a crying child sits at the far end of a birthday table. Bringing all the souls together in one place allows them to move on from their tormented afterlife and finally be at rest. But what has this all got to do with Dave? Why are the MCI so heavily involved in setting him free? Well, I think that this was William's plan all along. At the end of FNaF 4, when we see the Fredbear plush promise Dave that he'll put him back together, the plush's text color changes from its usual yellow to a slightly different shade. But this color is not random, it's specifically the same color as was used by the Pigtail Girl in an earlier minigame. The Pigtail Girl is the one who tells the Crying Child that the animatronics come to life at night, and if you die, they hide your body and never tell anyone. I think this text color change is not to indicate a different speaker, but instead to show us that the promise William makes to his son is directly related to what this girl says. William commits the MCI specifically to help put his son back together. In Ultimate Custom Night, where, once again, Toy Chica is William after, we see Chica go from student to student, killing and stealing parts of their bodies. We see that she's already struck the day prior due to a Foxy hook sticking out of her bag at the start of the story. I'm not the first to point out that Foxy being the first victim could absolutely represent what happened to Dave, and if Chica is collecting pieces of her victims, one must ask, what are those for? And why end the minigame with the Fredbear plush's catchphrase?
Tomorrow is another day.
Well, I think that this is to represent William literally piecing his son back together with the remnant of the MCI, which is why the FNaF 4 ending has the plushies slowly fading out one by one. Now, I already said that Remnant is not the full answer to reassembling the Crying Child. Whatever Cassidy is doing in FNaF World is clearly part of putting the pieces in place. If I had to guess, I think she's assigning parts of what's left of the Crying Child to each of the MCI, as these minigames that she's setting up lead us to each of the spirits. To further support this, and help want
it's kind of like Shatter Victim, but like making it so that it's not just randomly assigned to them. It's like Cassidy specifically assigns the animatronics with each of them. But it's, in this case, it's not memories. It's just like how to rebuild his brain or his memories or something, rather than it being his literal memories, I guess. I see it as his literal memories being attached, but like I can kind of see like the idea that Cassidy is the one that's doing it in a way.
2, to achieve the Golden Freddy memory plushie, you must combine the first 4 flavors of soda, orange, yellow, red, and purple, and then you take the Soda-Roni can, which is set away from the others, and add that into the mix. If you take note of those first 4 colors, they actually line up with the same order of characters at the table in Happiest Day: Freddy, Chica, Foxy, Bonnie. Curiously, the white
I've
ingredient,
never thought of that
presumably
before.
represent the puppet in this lineup, is not added into the drink. Instead, this Soda-Roni can, which in this lineup would represent the kid on the other end of the table, has a very important detail hidden on its label. Established 1986. That's an odd year for the developers to call out, or actually it's odd because it's even, because only odd years seem to be very important in FNAF lore. 75, 79, 83, 85, 87, 93, so why 1986? Well, it's because our last component, Cassidy, was not killed on that fateful day in 1985. She went missing and was kept alive in the Nightmare Chambers for an entire year. In case you think that's a stretch, remember, Didophobia showed us that the Nightmare Chambers are self-sustaining, to the point where Rory, the victim of the nightmares in that continuity, was trapped in them for over 10 years without faltering. So, okay, does this mean that Cassidy is the receiver of Happiest Day? That would kind of throw this whole theory out the window, right? Well, not exactly. Jumping back to the survival logbook, one thing I never see brought up about Cassidy's side of the conversation is that she's only ever asking questions until her very last appearance in the book. The party was for you, a statement, to which Dave responds, it was for me. I think that this one interaction is what the entire book is leading up to. It's why it's the very last thing Cassidy says, because this is Cassidy fulfilling her purpose. The crying child, having been broken from his death, cannot move on. His mind is too shattered to simply piece his memories back together. So William creates Cassidy to act as a sort of carrier for crying child's memories. Cassidy's purpose is to forfeit her own rest, so that the crying child can take her memories, which fit just neatly enough in his broken mind, and move on. The minigames in FNAF 3 represent aspects of the crying child's broken mind being reunited, but they ultimately lead to a false memory. Happiest Day is not the crying child's birthday, it's Cassidy's, with Dave Afton's spirit having been plastered over the little girl. But how can I say this? Surely the memory represents a reversal of the big bite, which symbolically, yes, it does, but in truth, we're seeing why Cassidy was designed this way, because it specifically does fit in overriding what really happened. How do we know this? Well, take a look at these character masks of the other kids in the restaurant. Within FNAF 3, we are told in the training tapes that just before the MCI, the location was flooded with characters who were questionably appropriate for a Freddy's location. We also have the puppet present at the birthday, who was only ever active at a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, and would you look at that, the survival logbook shows the puppet presenting a cake to a little girl on her birthday, on a page dealing with Happiest Days. A page where Cassidy specifically asks if the bite victim remembers his name, which leads to all the reflection stuff we already went over. This was the birthday where Cassidy was kidnapped, the last time she felt happiness before it was snatched away from her by an evil man. And in one final act of cruelty, William forces her to give up that memory. The party is no longer for Cassidy, because as she manages to convince Dave, the party was for you. This story would somewhat parallel what happens to Jake in Fazbear Frights. In the Stitch Wraith epilogues, Jake gives his own happy memory to Andrew, which allows him to be freed from their amalgam body and traps Jake on Earth. Now, we could leave things off there. This is the bulk of the theory, but I feel like we really have to address that loose thread that you're all wondering about. The vengeful spirit.
Meet the 2026 Civic Hybrid.
I will say, so far I'm not like agreeing, but I think that this is really interesting, and it definitely, I should definitely like look into it more on my own time whenever I eventually do like my video on Cassidy and Andrew and all that stuff. It's definitely really interesting. I like it a lot.
Oops. You're all wondering about the vengeful spirit.
T-Dreads.
Under this theory, all the connections between the bite victim and the one you shouldn't have killed are transferable to Cassidy, as she was forced to live out the crying child's life in the nightmare chambers. For those of you who want to argue about why Cassidy would appear as a blonde boy, one could argue that her ghostly visage has been literally overwritten by the crying child's appearance, as William's whole plan was to create a reflection of his son. Or, you know, she's just not a girl in the games and just looks like that. Anyway, there are several FNaF World references in the game, including the reappearance of Old Man Consequences. We meet him taking the form of the FNaF World player character, who, remember, we've theorized to be Cassidy.
I theorized that the FNaF World player was Cassidy because I believed that Freddy silhouette was Cassidy, so I believe that they were the same person in either game. So, I came to the same conclusion as them, but like with opposite reasoning.
The main menu music for UCN is called isotrophobia, which means, and I can't believe I'm saying this, an intense, irrational fear of mirrors. Now, of course, the most obvious interpretation of this is that William is facing the consequences of his actions, facing himself, or something like that. But the fact that the survival logbook only came out a few months before this game, and featured a mirror very prominently, is interesting. Throughout the game, there are also several voice lines which work really well under this theory.
This is how it feels, and you get to experience it over and over and over again, forever. I will never let you leave.
This line works really well if Cassidy had been experimented on and forced to live through a UCN of her own, and now she's turning the tables on William and forcing him to survive through the same sort of thing.
I mean, all of my Andrew theories are kind of related to him being the experiment victim, so it would kind of be the same with that too.
But not by you, by the one you should not have killed.
The nightmare should only really be known to somebody who experienced the chambers firsthand. So Cassidy would be the perfect candidate to recreate everything she saw in them.
We've only just...
I think whoever the one you should not have killed was an experiment victim, whether it's Cassidy or Andrew or somebody else.
I will never let you leave. I will never let you rest.
Makes sense for someone who was kept up at night by terrifying monsters and who can no longer rest their soul because of what William has done. Also, the fact that Cassidy speaks through the mediocre melodies of all characters could link back to those questionably appropriate mascot costumes that were present on her happy stay. Nightmare, representing the evil that Cassidy experienced firsthand, is a manifestation of her agony, appearing in this dreamscape to torture William. But that's not the only interesting thing that Nightmare has to say. That's a weird line. We always assume Nightmare was Shadow Freddy, the
I
Shadow,
believe he is,
given that's
but...
the name of his game mode in FNaF 4. But what if... Oh no.
Okay, so I'm not here to completely uproot Golden Duo, but I do have a slightly alternative suggestion that you can take with or without believing Cassidy is a part of Golden Freddy. I think if Cassidy is the vengeful spirit, then we have to take that final UCN cutscene to mean that she was almost certainly killed in Golden Freddy. But I'm not so sure that she is Golden Freddy. I think given her relationship to the crying child, that of a mirror image created by the purple guy, that there's a strong argument for Cassidy being Shadow Freddy. Think about it, if Crying Child is Golden Freddy, then the purple version of Golden Freddy who appears in Follow Me on every night, except the one where the vengeful spirit traps William in the back room, might indicate that Cassidy's ghostly form is in fact Shadow Freddy. Some people argue that Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie are agony...
Hold on. I just thought of something random that doesn't really make any sense. But it's interesting. I'm gonna write it down. Give me a second. Okay, anyway, moving on.
Manifestations from different events in the FNaF timeline, except the name Shadow Bonnie is not official. Shadow Freddy is, but every other Shadow in the timeline takes the form of a full black phantom with a name created by smashing random keys on the keyboard. Don't talk to me about the Freddy files or whatever, those books are messy. Shadow Freddy, on the other hand, is purple and is technically the only Shadow animatronic in the games. If what Nightmare says is true, that the Shadow fears him, he can only be referring to one entity, Shadow Freddy, aka Cassidy, aka the Vengeful Spirit. That's why Nightmare, who is a nightmarish version of Cassidy, is the color inversion of Fredbear, who is a nightmarish version of the Crying Child. Now, like I said at the beginning of this video, it's impossible for any one theory to perfectly solve everything in the games. I'm sure you're all going to enjoy poking holes in this theory, which is great because theories ultimately are just that, fun concepts which arrange the evidence in a way that can explain something. Eventually though, you're going to hit a wall in any theory signposted with "will be explained later" or "seamless retcon," so very few theories can accurately predict every twist and turn Scott has devised behind the scenes. All I'm saying is that if in Ruin 2, Cassidy turns out to be a Cassidy parallel and ends up in the FNaF 4 Nightmare Chambers underneath the Pizzaplex, I'll be very vindicated. Anyone who wants to refer to this theory in the future can do so under a few different names: Cassidy Experiments, Mirror Toy Shink, Cassasoderoni, another David, and yep, that's done it. That's pushed it over the edge. I've now enraged everyone in the theorist community and ruined my cred forever. Okay, great. Bye!
That's funny. Okay. That was really interesting, though. I like that. I definitely don't agree, especially, like, off the top of my head, but... Oh, there we go. I forgot to... I misclicked. I definitely don't agree, but it's definitely worth looking into more whenever I make another theory on Cassidy and all that stuff. Cassidy and the Bite Victim and Andrew and all that shit. Maybe I'll do, like, one big video on all three of them. I don't know. We'll see. But, yeah, that was a really interesting and good video. So, now the last theory that we're going to watch for today's stream is You Don't Understand This FNaF voice line by T-Dreads. It's 19 minutes and 33 seconds. It's about the line, "I always come back." I don't really know where he's going to go with this theory. So, I haven't heard enough about this theory to gauge any idea of what it's about. But I don't know. I'm interested to see what it is about. So, let's go.
I bet when you're solving FNaF, you get super focused on the deep lore of counting toes and comparing hex codes and wondering what game theory is smoking.
But it left a permanent impression on one little boy named Billy.
But fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great lore, because while we've been freaking out over the exact facts of the FNaF timeline, we missed the entire other half of the piece needed to solve the lore. The actual story, the narrative. Specifically, there is one theme that ties everything together, and once you see it, character motivations, timeline orders, and even how the ghosts work all become solved with a confidence that toes alone could never give us. I'm gonna tell you what this theme is right now. Ready for it? Here it comes. You're not gonna guess it yet. Here it comes. Here it comes. Repetition. This one idea is everywhere in these games, and as I'm about to show you, is crucial to even understanding the lore. Neglectful fathers whose children die and then possess teleporting suits, characters seemingly reincarnating across different eras, and even events being predicted years before they happen. Settle in and get ready for a tale about how...
There's a few examples of this that I've mentioned before too. Cassie saving Sun and Moon, removing a split personality from them and Ruin, and then Ruin following the Princess Quest ending where Cassidy, theoretically, saves Vanessa, removing her split personality. And then there's both Sister Location and Help Wanted, which are about some entity trying to escape their confinement from, some entity trying to escape their confinement using a human being's body. Ennard and Glitch Trap. Yeah, those are some examples that I've mentioned before.
Oh, the one theme that ties all of FNaF together is history, repeating in the strangest, most unexplainable ways.
Motherfucker, the video just started.
Like shine.
Now, you as a smart person may say, yes, T-Dreads, I understand very well that FNaF includes themes of things being mimicked, because the current main villain is called the Mimic. And to that I say, very astute, here's a cookie. But f*** you and your cookie, because this theme is just as present in the Scott Cawthon era, before Steelwool, before the Mimic existed as a character at all. So why were things being mimicked,
or did he,
when there was no Mimic to do the mimicking? That's what we need to figure out. It starts simple. The first thing we can point to repeating in the series is everything surrounding the deaths of children. In FNaF 1, we get the MCI, 5 kids William Afton murders who go on to possess the Core 5 animatronics. 2 years later, he presumably kills another set of kids at the FNaF 2 location. And somewhere in between, he builds the Funtime animatronics specifically to kill children passively so he doesn't have to do it all himself. Look, he's a busy guy. Each time William kills, he's experimenting. He notices Elizabeth died inside an animatronic and possessed it. So during the MCI, he stuffs each dead kid directly into a suit to recreate that effect. But he also recognizes that direct contact might not be entirely necessary, because Charlie and the bite victim both possess animatronics they didn't die inside of. So the second batch of kids, known as the DCI, isn't stuffed into anything. He leaves them scattered around the pizzeria. We also have repetition like William leading kids one by one into the back room during the MCI, which is then mirrored in Follow Me, where he gets absolutely cooked doing the same thing. And the repeated use of fire to try and kill Springtrap can be explained too, with both Michael and Henry
even
possibly understanding that fire destroys Remnant. So far, so good.
Doesn't
Afton
work.
is a lunatic who repeats his murders. People who know that fire destroys Remnant use fire. This is pretty basic, TD. Why are we talking about this? Because the pattern of repetition expands to places where human persistence or factual knowledge can't account for it. Meet the bite victim. Throughout FNaF 4, you get a ton of bizarre repetition of imagery from FNaF 2. Take the Mangle toy sitting on the floor. Look, an Easter egg. I know what that is. What a seamless way to integrate a reference, Scott. Except we're in 1983. 4 years before FNaF 2, before Mangle even exists. And it doesn't stop there. The Fredbear plush, 1983, Possessed Eyes, teleporting around the neighborhood. Golden Freddy, 1987, Possessed Eyes, teleporting around the pizzeria. Toy Chica, with no beak, appears in 1983, also present in 1987. These things are showing up before they exist, and that's a problem no theorist has ever had a clean answer for. It's exactly what gave birth to Dream Theory. The idea that all FNaF games set after this one are just the crying child's dreams, which would explain these things seemingly leaking in from the future. But the problem is that in 2026, Dream Theory is confirmed not canon, while FNaF 4 still is canon, which means we still need to explain how any of this is physically possible. There are a few more competing theories, but the one that any regular viewer of this channel will know about centers around one more thing that repeats across FNaF 4 and FNaF 2. Something much more significant than these toys. The bite. The first of two. Unlike Afton's murders, there's no single person in a position of power you can point to as the cause for the 2 bites. And the details of the 2 incidents are too close to be coincidence. FNaF 4, a birthday party. Someone gets too close to an animatronic, the jaws snap shut, and a frontal lobe is destroyed. FNaF 2, a birthday party. Someone has to get close to an animatronic, the jaws snap shut, and a frontal lobe is destroyed. Same result 4 years apart. At an entirely different restaurant, with entirely different people, 2 bites, 2 birthdays, 2 frontal lobes. You can feel that this sort of repetition is different. There's nobody pulling the strings both times. There's no good explanation. And yet here we are, clearly meant to be linking the 2 bites because of the 83s and 87s in the FNaF 4 teasers. So what does this tell us? Well, by the end of this video, we're gonna find 2 reasons that things like this keep happening across the series. And our first reason is starting to show himself right now. The crying child, bitten by Fredbear in 1983, may be literally influencing events 4 years after the fact. His ability to alter reality is well documented. The survival logbook has him literally altering the ink on the pages to communicate with another spirit. So if he can alter ink, what's stopping him from altering everything else? With his powers, we can explain every impossible connection between FNaF 4 and FNaF 2 perfectly. Too bad those aren't the only connections that desperately need explaining. You piece of shit with your trash haircut and your cornball heart t-shirt. You have ruined everything, and I will never forgive you. See, what I just presented is a theory known as memory victim, or God victim. The idea that the crying child's reality-altering ghost powers were somehow responsible for the appearance of Mangle, Toy Chica, and the bite of 87 in FNaF 2. That is a perfectly reasonable, cool narrative to me. But this one sprite ruins everything. Because this kid is holding a plush toy finger trap spring Bonnie. Son, unfortunately for us, this repeats too, over 30 years from now. The crying child sees this green crusty spring trap in 1983, and through the same magical bullshit powers he used to make the stuff in FNaF 2 happen, forces William Afton into a situation where he goes back to the old pizzeria, lures 4 of the animatronics to the back room where he dismantles them, then gets pressured into the Spring Bonnie suit by the 5th spirit, and then gets trapped and falls over where he conveniently lands under a leakage of water from the ceiling, which when combined with his blood already soaking the suit, creates enough moisture and bacteria to slowly turn the suit's golden yellow fur into a crusty green over the course of many years. This is f***ed up. And you may be laughing at your screens, but you cannot deny we need an explanation for this repeating. Dream Theory isn't canon, but FNaF 4 is. So we need another way to explain that in 1983 we see a gross green spring Bonnie finger trap, and decades later end up with a crusty green spring trap. This exact thing is one of the reasons why the repetition theories in the series bars are so hated. The plot device has evolved into the main villain's entire life being predestined because his son saw a kid who didn't take care of his toys. But if you think that's bad, just wait, because we're about to leave the Afton saga entirely and step into the Mimic saga, where this gets infinitely worse. Before we do, drop a comment. Do you buy God Victim? Is the crying child really writing the future with agony powers? Or is something else responsible for all this? Let's see if you can guess what I think it is. And while you're thinking about that, maybe laying down on your mattress, consider that your current mattress is suboptimal, and that today's sponsor, Titan Springtrap, the 5 across these games. Now, the Steel Wool era of games throws a wrench into things, because I just proposed that the bite victim was responsible for all the insane repetition that happens across these games, and through his weird ghost powers, creates Springtrap, the fires, the repetitive behavior of the animatronics, He possibly even causes the deaths themselves because of what this girl says about,
"They hide your body and never tell anybody."
But wait, Jarvis, zoom in on that line real quick. We are in 1983, and this girl is saying that there are rumors of hidden bodies. My argument thus far has been that if Bite Victim heard this rumor, he would have manifested it into reality later. But Steelwool Studios couldn't let us have that. They had to make the lore even more chopped with what we learn in Secret of the Mimic. The Bite Victim, he's a LARPer. He didn't start shit. Meet the Mimic, who, in 1979, killed large groups of people and stuffed their bodies into suits. Meet David Murray, another kid named Dave, who is scared of an animatronic, who dies and then possesses a suit that teleports around, giggles, and laughs in your face. A kid who also, as the lore of the game reveals, lives on the exact same plot of land that the Afton family will later inherit, and has the exact same fit as the Bite Victim, and carries around a plush like the Bite Victim, and has the same toys as the Bite Victim, and has a father who's neglectful and always working just like the Bite Victim, and has the same room as the Bite Victim, and dies on his birthday just like the Bite Victim, and is called Broken like the Bite Victim, and things have gone from bad to worse. Because if the Bite Victim can't be the source of all this repetition, if he's just another instance of it rather than the cause of it, then whatever is responsible has to predate him. It has to come from the Mimic era, something that was already around before William Afton ever stuffed a child into a suit, before the murder of Charlie, before anything. Just look at all the similarities between the deaths of David Murray and the Crying Child. They die on their birthdays. They possess teleporting suits of their favorite characters. Those suits cause hallucinations and giggle. The pattern is too specific to merely be a coincidence. Something is reproducing events deliberately across decades, and I'm about to tell you what I now think that something is. But before I do, we need to travel forward past the Afton saga entirely, past everything we've talked about so far, all the way to Security Breach, because that's where everything comes together. Let's go ahead and look at the plot of Security Breach, and oh no! The main character is a kid who has the same shirt as David and the Bite Victim and looks very similar to older versions of them, and is under the control of a character meant to represent William Afton.
And has a Band-Aid on his
He's
knee.
here too. He always comes back in some way, emerging out of the pod with purple smoke, being burned again.
Derco's anti-dandruff shampoo with
God damn
selenium
it.
DS to eliminate visible dandruff.
Who gives a fuck about the dandruff, man?
This game also has more subtle repetition. In Ruin, there's a recreation of Follow Me with the wet floor bots, as noted by Gibby. The whole plot of Ruin is also a kid being lured somewhere by what she perceives to be her friend. And the literal Pizzaplex itself is built on top of the FNaF 6 location. Repetition, 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 repetition. And I haven't even scratched the surface. I'm serious. Characters, imagery, locations, themes, all repeating themselves across the Steelwool games in ways that would take hours to fully break down. And the worst part is that most of them have no natural explanation. You can't point to one person in the story and say that they're responsible for each incident. They're isolated events separated by literal decades, and yet they match. I'm lost, I'm confused, and I've been thinking about throwing out this entire video idea for a long time, writing everything off as a poorly crafted reference with no narrative purpose. But there's one thing that keeps me from throwing this whole theory out.
The
One thing
field.
that
No, I'm just kidding.
confirms I'm not insane. Because what I'm saying,
Unless he does say
the
the field,
director
but-
of the newest Steelwool FNaF game said it too.
I call it thematic repetition. They say, like, what's the saying? History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. It's sort of like that, right? These ideas that aren't necessarily direct one-to-ones, but there are these like churning, narrative motifs that come around again.
He calls it rhyming. which is probably the more accurate word, because these events aren't truly repeating in the sense that time is still moving forward. 1979 to 1983 to post-2020s. The clock pushes on. Time changes. One day, you and I will be as old as Gibby. The types of tragedy themselves keep coming back. And according to the director of the newest game in this franchise, that's not an accident. He addresses it as one of the most important things considered with Secret of the Mimic. Every echo from the past, every suspiciously similar death, every shared location and imagery and character dynamic, spanning every game over every decade, all traces back to one source, one invention that predates everything, created before the White Tiger possession, before the Crying Child, before the MCI, before Springtrap, before the fires, before Gregory, before all of it. It's called the Mimic. Mimic definition, Merriam-Webster. To mimic means to imitate or closely copy the actions, speech, appearance, or behavior of someone or something. There seems to be no other source. This is as far back as we can go. An invention literally named after the act of repetition comes into existence, and its creator beats it senseless and pours his agony into it, a supernatural emotional substance. And then everything that follows stems from that single moment. And I want to be clear that I'm not just making this up, because the books already introduced a similar framework for how this would function. Fetch gives us the 0 point field, the underlying structure of reality itself, and a piece of AI technology capable of interacting with it. I think Scott was using that story to experiment with an early idea of what we're seeing now. But the piece of evidence that locks this in for me comes from a theory by Cryonide called Fazburger. Let's see if you noticed it too. Nearly every location in FNaF is built on top of another location. They're all smushed together. Fredbear's, the FNaF 4 house, sister location, all visible on the same map. And they're also tied to Edwin Murray's house and R&D. Even the Pizzaplex and FNaF 6 are linked. Fazbear Entertainment keeps building on the same ground, keeps building near Edwin Murray's old factory. And in Security Breach, expositing lore about the Mimic to us, Gregory says the following.
I know what it is, but it's been trapped down here a really long time.
A really long time. How long? That is the question we need to answer. How long has the Mimic been there? Because if it's been sitting here under the earth, infused with agony for decades, for as long as this series has been going on,
has it always been fucking things up?
That is the secret of the Mimic. It's responsible for everything. The main issue with this idea is that it's not clear how or when the Mimic would be trapped in this room from Ruin. Neither of our Secret of the Mimic endings tell us how he gets there, but we do know about the 0 point field. We know the Mimic is a haunted object, and we definitely know that events have been repeating since the birth of the Mimic. If this broke your brain even a little bit, subscribe, because I do this regularly and will probably never
Unfortunately,
stop.
I'm already
The 100K
subscribed,
milestone
so...
is so close, and we all gotta be there to celebrate.
Okay. Damn. Alright. Well, there's not really anything in that video to disagree with, really, for the most part. He's right. I mean, I don't know if I agree that like the Mimic is just affecting everything, but it's always possible. You never know with FNaF. Well, that's the last theory we were gonna watch for today. I can keep streaming for a little longer until I unsub. Nah, it's fine. But yeah, I'll probably stream it. I'll probably continue streaming until I have to go for dinner. I'm gonna take off my headphones. Until you get tired of your own hair. No. I'm tired of my hair every day. So what do you guys want to talk about now? I respect you. Thank you. You too, I guess. So what do we do now? I'm not gonna watch another video, so I guess we just chill for a bit. How's everyone doing? Anybody want to become a member? Oh, I could make this into a members only stream if I wanted to. I'm not gonna do that, but I could. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just saying I could. Like I have because now I have memberships activated on the stream page. There's like a plus next to the well, there's the chat, then there's the emojis, then there's the super chats, then there's like a plus to engage with your audience. That's where you can start a Q&A, a poll, or whatever, stuff like that. But now there's like a 1 next to it, as if there's like a notification on it, and it gives me the option for a members only live stream, and it says schedule your live to switch to members only. I forgot that is a thing. I'm not gonna do that, but like it's a thing that I have the opportunity to do. Okay. Also, I realized that I accidentally still have my Wolf Among Us stream scheduled for tomorrow, but I'm not able to stream tomorrow, so... At least I don't think so. I might be able to stream tomorrow. I don't know yet. Because I might be going out today. Or, sorry, tomorrow. Like, to my grandparents' house. But that might be happening Thursday instead. So I don't know whether I'm streaming tomorrow or not. If I'm not, then I'll stream The Wolf Among Us tomorrow. But, like, I can't... I have no idea until I figure out whether I'm going out tomorrow or Thursday. It's not up to me, so... I'm excited to make my Fazburger video. I think it'll be fun. It's about 5.5 pages long. So, how long is... Usually one page is like 4 minutes. It depends on the context, how fast I'm talking and all that stuff. But, say it's about 3 minutes. The video would be about 20 minutes long. Roughly. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Okay, I'm gonna remove this now. Another video I'm excited to make is my next Fredbear plush video, because I made my Mimic Always Planned video, and I mentioned in that video that I plan on doing another video at some point, talking about the Fredbear plush in detail further. So, I don't know exactly when that video will come. Right now, I have that video set to come out August 15th. It might be delayed depending on whether I make more videos like between or not, or if I take too long to edit in a certain video, but I plan on doing that video pretty soon. Not soon, but like around then. What? Are you talking about like in the lawsuits? Is that what you're talking about? So, what do you guys think, based right now on my recent video, other people's recent videos, other videos that I've made in the past, like my FNaF What's Next video, and based on what Steelbull's posting right now, what do you guys think the next FNaF game actually will be? Because what they're posting right now doesn't seem like anything any of us would expect. It, like, there's some people that have been saying, like, it could be the water park thing, which, like, it could be, but I have no idea. So, yeah, like, what do you guys think it would be? Because I still think the idea of it being, like, teenagers breaking into the pizza place is a great idea for a game, and it makes sense with the way that they're going with the Mimic story compared to the books. So, I think it would be great, but, like, I just don't know. Makes me think Pizza Sim 2, you can change things around. You mean like to spot the differences because things are different in certain in either image, so it's like you can make so it's like a Pizza Sim game where you can change certain aspects. Is that what you're trying to say? Nice readers. I don't think we're ever gonna get a sister location 2 because sister location is just FNaF 5. But I do think that's an interesting idea though, like just the fact that Cassie is down there, the idea of her going to sister location is a really cool concept. Like I've said, I think that the teenagers breaking into the pizza place idea would be really good for that. Give you an opportunity to go down further below the pizza place. I think that would be really, really cool. But if they don't do that, then yeah, they'll definitely do that with Cassie. Or they'll do it with both. I think that could work too. Security Breach prequel. You think that's what it's going to be, or you want that to be what it's going to be? Chicken, and last we heard Henry was in Pizza Sim. What? Are you calling Henry a chicken? Is that what you're saying? I don't understand. I keep getting copyright claims for like old videos. I think Count the Ways or either Count the Ways or Darkest Desire or both have now been copyrighted, I think. So like I keep getting notifications that like older videos of mine where I use that music are now getting copyrighted. You want? What do you think it's going to be though? I'm gonna... I don't know why I'm speaking like this. I'm gonna put a tiny bit of music on. Lower the volume though. Right there should be good. But yeah, I don't know. I think the teenagers idea works really well. I just don't know if that's where they're going because I feel like it makes a lot of... Excuse me. I think it makes a lot of sense. But so many people have come up with new, interesting ideas that make sense with what had been happening. And then we never got that game. Like, the Into Madness idea that I brought up with Balloon World, having that be the next game after Security Breach would have made so much sense, and we didn't get that. And we still haven't. Could we still get it? Maybe. Like, I made my whole theory that 5 Laps at Freddy's could be Into Madness, and I think that was a great idea until it was supposedly canceled. It might still not be. It still says 2026 on Steam. So it's like they have to know that there's rumors that it's canceled. So the fact that they haven't removed it or changed that indicates to me that it might be still like in development. It's like it might not be canceled. I hope it's not. But it's so weird to me that it's That like it still says the same thing. Nothing's changed. Yeah, still says 2026, and that's this year, and we've heard nothing. Well, yeah, you can gift memberships. Yeah, you can't choose who you gift it to, though. At least I don't think so. Oh, oops, I forgot to loop the music. There we go. Anything else you guys want to talk about? I feel like we've run out of ideas. We talked so much earlier about like FNaF and Marvel and DC and stuff like that. I think we ran out of energy. Like, not energy to speak, but energy to think of new topics. But I guess that's kind of part of why people have a problem with FNaF right now. Like, there's no real new topics to bring up anymore because there's no teasers for the next game. I mean, now it seems like we're getting teasers, but like, hard to tell if they're teasers or not, and there's not much to go off of. We did talk about the spot the difference. FNaF movies, what would it be and why? I would make the FNaF 2 movie good. I think it's fun. It's just not good. There's a difference. Yeah, I think it's possible they do that. I think the teenager idea, one thing I mentioned in that was that Gregory could be the player, and it could show how he gets infected with Glitchtrap. And then that would explain why he also doesn't remember this game, because he's infected by Glitchtrap, so, like, it kind of clouds his memory and stuff. I think that would be interesting. Alright, well, I think we're kind of running out of things to say, so I think I'm going to end the stream now. I hope you guys have enjoyed. If you did, leave a like and subscribe if you want to. Become a member if you feel like it, but you don't have to. And yeah, I think that's just about it. Like I said, I might stream on the second channel tomorrow. I have no idea. My next FNaF theory, my Fazburger theory, is theoretically going to come out this Saturday. I'm going to record it later today, and then I'm going to start editing it as much as I can. And I'll probably start working on some other videos too soon. But yeah. So yeah, I hope you guys have enjoyed, and see you guys later. Bye.